To our participants, thank you for joining us, and we will begin in about another 2 minutes. We'll give some time for others to join us. Thank you. Good morning, and welcome to this capacity building event for Latin America and the Caribbean region stakeholders on the 5th United Nations Environment Assembly. This event has been organized by Stakeholder Forum for a Sustainable Future in collaboration with the Civil Society Unit at the United Nations Environment Program in Nairobi. I'm Charles Newhan, Chairman of Stakeholder Forum for a Sustainable Future and your host today, joining you from New York. We are also joined by our presenters, Jan Gustaf Strandenes, who joins us from Oslo, Norway, and Felix Dodds, who is in Apex, North Carolina in the United States. Jan Gustaf and Felix are senior advisors to Stakeholder Forum. For those of you unfamiliar with Stakeholder Forum, we are an international not-for-profit NGO that has, for more than 25 years, been working to advance sustainable development at all levels. Stakeholder Forum seeks to provide a bridge between those who have a stake in sustainable development and the international forums where decisions are made in their name. Now, before we get started, just a little bit of housekeeping. We have with us today from Peru, interpreter Isabel Vilches, and from Hamburg, Germany, Paul Vilches. Isabel and Paul, thank you so much for providing this valuable service to us today. Now, to listen to today's webinar in Spanish or English, as I hope you know, please choose your preferred language by clicking on the interpretation icon found on the bottom right side of your Zoom window. Please note that when choosing Spanish, you can reduce the volume of the presenters. In English, there's a little, once you've actually chosen your language, then go back in and you'll see an option at the bottom to say mute the original audio, pardon me, and you'll then be able to hear proper volume of the Spanish translation without it being overrun by the English version of the presentation as you're listening to it. Now, also please note that the English version of the webinar is being recorded and live streamed on the Stakeholder Forum YouTube channel. And a copy of that presentation and the video, of course, be made available at the afterwards on a link that you will receive tomorrow. Now, the Spanish language version of the recording and the presentation will also be made available on the Stakeholder Forum website in the coming days. What I will ask you is to be patient with us regards to the translation and those recordings. This is the first time we're doing it quite this way. We think we've got it right, and hopefully it will prove to be all done the correct way. Now, a bit about how the audience will interact with us. As you will see, all attendee cameras and microphones are muted and will remain that way throughout the webinar. There will, of course, be 2 sessions, 4 and 3 modules respectively, each followed by a 10-minute question and answer period, and there will be a 15-minute comfort break between the 2 sessions. If we do not need all the time for each of the question periods, we'll then just move on to the following module, the exception, of course, being when we take our 15-minute breaks. An important thing to point out is that any questions you have, please submit them in the question and answer, the Q&A window, not in the chat window. We'll be monitoring both, just in case some of you forget to do it that way. But please, if you put the questions in the Q&A box, you're welcome to look at the questions that others have posted and upvote them. There's the option there. If we see that a particular question has multiple upvotes, we'll then know that that's important and we can address that one should there be more questions than we have time to answer. And I will then say a last comment about that. Apologies in advance if there isn't time to answer all of the questions that come in. Let's begin by introducing today's presenters. Jan Gustav Strandenes began working with the United Nations on environment and governance matters in the 1970s. He has been lecturing about the UN for 20 years, has worked for NGOs at the United Nations in New York during the Commission on Sustainable Development years, and has carried out multiple assignments for the United Nations Environment Program and the United Nations. Earlier in his career, Jan Gustav worked as a diplomat for Norway's Foreign Office in Botswana and Uganda, and later he directed a large aid and environmental NGO in Norway for 2 decades. Felix Dodds is an adjunct professor and a senior affiliate at the Water Institute at the Environmental Science and Engineering Department at the University of North Carolina in the United States. He is also an associate fellow at the TELUS Institute in Boston. Felix was the co-director of the 2014 and 2018 Nexus conferences on water, energy, and climate at the at UNC. And he is a prolific author on the subject of global sustainability with some 20 books on the subject, and was executive director of Stakeholder Forum from 1992 to 2012. Please, you all welcome to Jan Gustav and Felix. Jan Gustav, I'm now going to ask you to activate your camera and microphone, and I'm going to hand over the presentation to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. You gave an apology, and I will do the same. I do have a cold. It's a normal, regular cold, so fortunately not the COVID, but that may cause my voice to have coughing spells at times. So please bear with me. I am on the mend, and I should be okay. I have a glass and I have other medical paraphernalia to help me through this. So thank you for that introduction, Charles, and maybe have the first slide, because I guess I am starting this show. We'll go through the system of the UNEA, the UN Environment Assembly, as well as UNEP, because in order for us to understand what's going on inside the system and how to be good advocates and to be influential in dealing with the UN system, we need to know how it works. This is one of the major keys to open the doors to this multilateral and intergovernmental system. So we'll go through that. We'll give you an advice on how to engage within the diplomatic sphere and guide the virtual platforms that could be used. And we will also go into the UNEP medium-term strategy and program of works, which is probably the most important thing that was decided in February. We'll take you through this because this is the basis for UNEP's work. So we'll also go into the resolution 73333, which is actually, as we speak, being negotiated in Nairobi. And we'll look at a few pending resolutions that will be coming up at UNEA 5.2 in February and March next year. And we'll look at the UNEP 50 and Stockholm plus 50 processes due to take place next year. So, Charles, next slide, please. The first module is about the system itself. It's headquartered in Nairobi. This was not where it was thought to be when the preparatory work for the so-called Stockholm Conference, which took place in 1972, to which we will return later, and which actually gave birth to UNEP. They thought it would be based in Geneva, but as a first really major hub for the UN, it was positioned in Nairobi. It works through its divisions, regional liaison and outposted offices. It has quite a complex but very effective system as an institution. We'll have the next one, please. You could see the greenery around the system, and it's a very enviable place to be. The management structure is important for us to understand, because if we want to interact with UNEP, we do not only interact with member states. UNEP has an executive office.
Gustav, I'm going to jump in and say that you've been asked to speak a little bit slower, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I was speaking slowly, but I tend to get up in speed. You
tend to get very enthusiastic, which we love about you.
Well, thank you. The management structure is divided in a complex way, but it's easily understood once you get into it. As you can see here on the slide to the left, we have the different divisions as they're listed in English. If you find this of interest, you can go to UNEP's home websites, and you'll find this also in different languages, not in the way we've done it. But you have communication division, an economy division, an ecosystems division, a law division, and the law divisions is something you find in nearly every UN entities. Science division, policy and program, corporate services, and governance affairs office. The Governance Affairs Office is the division under which the Stakeholder and Civil Society Office resides. And UNEP also has 6 regional offices. The regional office for Latin America is based in Panama, which is not the same as ECLAC, the Economic Commission for Latin America, which is based in Chile, in Santiago. So you must not confuse the economic divisions of the UN, which have 5 regional offices, with the 6 regional offices of UNEP. Next slide, please. That's slowly moving now. We've given you some pictures of key staff members who are working at the moment. So these are upgraded pictures. Inger Andersen from Denmark is the executive director and the head of UNEP. Joyce Msua from Tanzania is the deputy director. Then you have Ligia Norona, who's UNEP assistant secretary general and head of the New York office. Ulf Björnholm is acting director for the governance affairs office. Tim Kasten, program and policy. Arnold Kreil-Huber, law division. Susan Gardner, ecosystem division, and Sheila Agabal Khan, director of the economy division. If you look at the homepage of UNEP, you'll find the other division chiefs and also their pictures. Good to know if you go to Nairobi and you want to interact with UNEP. So next slide, please. Now, I have often been asked the position of UNEP inside the larger UN system. And a lot of people seem to think that UNEP is a specialized agency on par with FAO or UNESCO or, for instance, ILO, the labor institution, or others. But UNEP is not a specialized agency. Others think that UNEP is a subsidiary organization under ECOSOC, and it's neither that. As you look at this very simplified organogram on the bodies that you find under the UN General Assembly, you see that this is where UNEP is positioned. You have, it's not necessarily a hierarchical presentation, but going from left to right, we have what is known as subsidiary organs, and the midsection are funds and programs. This is where you find UNDP, you have UNV, and then you see UNEP, the UN Environment Programme. You have UNFPA, UN Habitat, and UNICEF World Food Programme as well. What this does, I'll explain in the next slide, which I can get, but it also makes the staff of UNEP part of the central staff. This means that UNEP presents the outcome report from any of the UN Environment Assemblies to the GA Second Committee. And then there is a resolution on UNEP, and we've given you a few examples. In reality, it means that UNEA decisions, even though they have been taken by a universal body, because membership of UNEA, as we'll see later, are universal. It means that UNEA decisions are not binding for any of the UN charter bodies unless the GA and ECOSOC have adopted them. We also know that the reason for the change was that in the run-up to Rio +20 back in 2012, many member states and a lot of non-state stakeholders, including the major groups in civil society, wanted to lobby for making UNEP a specialized agency. Well, the compromise was what we have today. You have a UNEA, UN Environment Assembly, with a universal membership as a part of the GA structure. But in, as you see, in February 2013, it was agreed now to establish the UN Environment Assembly, which took over from the former governing council, which used to be the highest governing body of UNEA. A bit of interesting history to organizational nerds like me, but also important to understand because of the political decision-making process within this intergovernmental organization. And with the next slide, please, we can see some of these elements, how they now pan out for us. In addition to the UN Environment Assembly, we have two governing bodies. One is the Bureau, which is elected by UNEA for 2 years, and the Bureau of the Committee of the Permanent Representatives, which is normally referred to as the CPR. As I said, UNEA Bureau is elected for a 2-year period, and the CPR is elected by the permanent representatives from the embassies that are posted in Nairobi and accredited to UNEP. The two bureaus, and please notice the English plural of the bureau, it's with an X, it's not a misspelling. They meet frequently during this period, the period between the UNEAs, and because of the rather bizarre situation we all were thrown into because of the pandemic, these two bodies have met perhaps a little bit more frequently than is normal and had a very important role to keep the organization going. Next slide, please. This is yet another way of showing you the structure of UNEP, just to make sure that you get it into your head when you look at how we push for policy decisions. It has a universal membership, which is 193 members. It meets biannually on uneven years. There now will be an adjustment period to this. Sorry, it concludes with a 2-day high-level segment. The UNEA is 5 days, and the last 2 days a high-level segment, and it's supported by the two bureaus. And the UNEA Bureau, which is elected, has 10 members. The CPR today is consisted of missions accredited to UNEP, and as we speak, there are 122 members of that body. It's supported by the CPR Bureau with 5 members. And then we've just listed a few of the more important committees in structure areas again. Next slide, please. Sorry. It normally meets every 2 years, UNEA, and it is the central governing body and has a universal membership, as I said, and the major functions are setting priorities for global environmental policy, advising the UN system on environmental policy issues, And this is important because it's not only advising member states, but the UN system. So we're talking about hopefully more than just the General Assembly. Excuse me. It identifies new environmental challenges, examine existing practices, organizing dialogues with major groups, promote partnerships, and mobilize resources. Next slide. Next slide, please. Please excuse me. The CPR, the permanent subsidiary body of UNEA, comprises representatives from countries in embassies in Nairobi. It monitors the work of UNEP between the UNEAs with the Bureau and with representatives from capitals and stakeholders, holds a participatory meeting every 2 years, a preparatory meeting in the run-up to the UNEA session. And hopefully we will see soon the plenary meetings filled like this one. This is from one of the big plenary rooms in Nairobi, the picture is. Next slide, please. I'm sorry about this. I've been fine today so far, but my cough comes up, maybe because I get engaged. Now, the CPR prepares the meetings of the UNEA with the Bureau. And it's composed, as I said, of accredited permanent representatives. It's led by a 5-member Bureau, and each Bureau member represents one of the 5 UN regional groups of the member states. This is where the 5 groups comes back in again, and perhaps makes it a bit confused. It meets at least 4 times a year, but as I've said, it now has a more frequent meeting procedure because of the pandemic. UNEP accredited major groups, i.e. civil society and other non-state stakeholders, might participate in these meetings. This is a novelty because the CPR before UNEA was established did not allow civil society in, but now we are there as observers. The open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives, the OECPR, meets with the Bureau and in odd years, and they meet usually for 5 days prior to UNEA to prepare decisions for the UNEA, contributing to the agenda, providing advice, excuse me again, on policy matters, and prepare decisions for adoption and convene thematic debates. Next, please. We bring you the pictures of the Bureau, of the committee members of the CPR. The chair is Fragoso, chair, Ambassador of Portugal, Vice Chair, Selma Malika Haddadi from Algeria, Ambassador from Algeria, Vice Chair also, Roberto Martinez, Vice Chair and Ambassador from Mexico, Aldo Lomus, Vice Chair and Permanent Representative of Estonia, and most importantly, the rapporteur for the CPR, Sakline Saida, Ambassador of Pakistan. Next, please. Now, the new UNEA Bureau has 10 members, and the standard practice of the Bureau members are very similar to that of the CPR, but they also carry on a few formalities like supporting the president in preparing UNEA, develop draft ministerial declaration, and this is now being worked on, and there are a few controversial issues there that we may discuss later. But I also represent the Bureau at relevant international environmental conferences. The woman here addressing the General Assembly is Helen Clark, who is the former Prime Minister of New Zealand and also twice Executive Director of UNDP. We know that there are several strong women in UNEP and in the UN today. Next, please. The Bureau will carry out tasks entrusted to it by the Environment Assembly. The Environment Assembly gives a number of decisions to be followed up, and this is the task of of the Bureau, and we'll come back to these tasks. As I said, Assistant President conducting the business of the Assembly, review credentials, who may participate or not, prepare sessions, and provide guidance on selections, the overarching theme for the Assembly. Now, the last one is quite interesting because there was quite a debate on that. And I'll come back to that in a little while. Next slide, please. Bureau will advise and provide input at UNEA, and I've been at work since February to do the 5.2, and facilitate negotiations of draft resolutions, and we'll be talking about that. Felix will give some very good examples, and I will be providing some generic information on that in a little while. They will recommend the allocation of items to subsidiary bodies because there are a number of breakout groups as well, provide guidance on relevant meetings, and ensure coherence and complementarity. Whenever there is a problem of voting, etc., the Bureau will be called in to decide on these things. And we know that this has been the case at several momentous times in the existence of UNEA. Next slide, please. We also bring you an updated picture gallery of the presidency and the Bureau. And to the left is the Norwegian Minister of the Environment and Climate, Mr. Espen Barth Eide, who is the current president. Now, he will be instated formally in a couple of weeks, I think. And the acting president of the Bureau is Mrs. Beranger Abba, which is situated just below him. The reason for this is that Norway was given the presidency at UNEA 4 back in 2019. And as everybody thought, 2021 would be the normal year for yet another UNEA. And Norway would be then functioning with its presidency. Well, we have had the pandemic, which has turned every agenda globally, nationally, regionally upside down. And because of this, the extension of the presidency have been a bit interesting because midway between UNEA 5.1 and UNEA 5.2, Norway has had a parliamentary election and the former government was ousted with the then president, and the new government has come in and they have appointed a new Minister of Environment, and that is Mr. Espen Barth Eide. He knows the UN system very well and would be probably well suited to do a very, very good job as the president. Vice President is also Andrea Murillo, Vice President and Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica, Beranger Abba, which I talked about, Secretary of State for the Biodiversity of France, Mohammed bin Daina, Vice President and Chief Executive of the Supreme Council for Environment of Bahrain. We have Mr. Reggie Nelson, Vice President, also Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Suriname. Irina Vujovic, Minister of Environment Protection of Serbia, and just appointed Mr. Tõnis Mölder, Vice President and Minister of Climate and Environment in Estonia. He also took over after Aldo. Laxmi Devanti, Vice President and Senior Advisor to the Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Simeon Savadogo, Vice President, Minister of Green Economy and Climate Change of Burkina Faso, and Barbara Creasy, holding the very important position of Rapporteur and Minister of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries of the Republic of South Africa. Next, please. Why was UNEA 5 divided into two sections? Now, the next, please. We may say because of the pandemic, of course. Yes, this is correct, but it was divided into two sections according to a number of formalities. UNEP stated in 2020 with the support of the Bureau and CPR that because of the COVID pandemic, they needed to convene a first meeting, a first part of the 5-day meeting online in Nairobi. This was held on the 22nd and 23rd of February, because UNEP as an organization needed some very important decisions to be made so they could function. So instead of a normal 5-day UNEA session, there was a 2-day session online in 2021. And next year, there will be a 3-day in-person session named UNEA 5.2. Well, in person and a hybrid, because they do not expect to be allowed to open up the UNEA 5.2 to everybody. So there will be some kind of a hybrid organization of this. And as we say, provided the development of the pandemic, of course, and the rollout of the vaccines. Next, please. Now, the practical consequences of the decision to split UNEA 5 into 2 sessions were very, very important. The online session expected mainly consider administrative and budgetary matters, and there were decisions on 3 elements, 3 very key elements: consideration and the approval of the medium-term strategy, the MTS, for the period of 2022 to 2025. Then, of course, the program of work, which was based on the MTS, and a budget for the period. They also had a dialogue, leadership dialogue for ministers of environment. We'll come back to that because some of the statements were important. And there's work ongoing on a couple of very focused issues, thematic resolutions, the 73333 on the Global Pact for the Environment, which is originally called that. We'll come back to that. UNEP 50 and Stockholm plus 50. These issues will be further developed. Next slide, please. The open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives, which met from the 15th to 19th February this year, made a set of proposals that were considered on the online sessions. And again, this meeting room filled with delegates, well, we hope this will soon be the case in every UN meeting or every international meeting or every national meeting. Next, please. So there were not a full 193 member states participating in the OECR, but 92 states participated actively and 27 representatives from various major groups or civil society and non-state stakeholders. Next, please. This was last February. Next slide. Maybe the slides are slow because giving pause to the translators as well as my voice. Now, this is the agenda, which is usually almost the same. It's like a template, which is used at every UNEA, with a few caveats. Urgent issues, themes that are important will be added to this. But this is the agenda that was presented to UNEA 5.1, the 2-day session, with a proviso that not all of these agenda points could be dealt with because you only had the 2 days. But you might look at this, and then the next information is quite important. Next slide, because it doesn't stop at point 8, it continues. And it continues into number 16, closure of the session. And of course, point 11 had the original idea of deciding on the dates for the 6th session, the UNEA 6. Well, that didn't happen because next slide will show you what was decided on the first day of the 5.1 session. The organizational work, and the president said, we cannot deal with all the agenda points, so we will only deal with point 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 12, and 15. Thus, 11 was not discussed, and that was, of course, talking about the dates of the next UNEA. That will be discussed in the coming UNEA 5.2 next year. So the session adjourned, and it will, as it was decided, resume next year on the 28th of February and last until the 2nd of March. Next slide, please. And now I can rest my voice a little bit, and I sincerely apologize for you also because of my coughing spells, and I hope that's not translated too badly.
Gustav, thank you very much. We'll move on to the Q&A, and we'll have Felix come in. For some reason, I'm not able to start my camera, so I will try to work that out. So you'll just have my voice for now, and that's actually fine. So let's first, I'd like to encourage our guests to put any questions they have in the question and answer box, and there are two. So I will begin by reading the first one, and it is, what are the different methods or activities to engage diverse stakeholders, and particularly most important categories of stakeholders? Who would like to take that one on?
Could you repeat that, Charles? What are...
Well, you could also see it if you click on the Q&A box, but I will repeat it again.
Yes.
What are the different methods or activities to engage diverse stakeholders, and particularly most important categories of stakeholders?
Well, we will come back to that in detail. Both you and Felix will talk more concretely about this. So we don't necessarily have to take too much time on this, because this is a very, very important part of what we are presenting. But you know, the methods are participating physically in the meetings, and there are procedural steps to be taken there. And then, of course, the major groups facilitating committee, which we will also talk to you about later, is the coordinating body for the major groups, the 9 major groups, which are defined, and you find the decision on that from the 1992 Rio conference, and they also work well within that. But not to forego the discussions on the participation. Maybe, Felix, you want to add something before you into this?
Just quickly, I mean, the reason why we keep saying non-state actors or stakeholders is that civil society is only representing a small group of the key organizations or stakeholders that are engaged, and it tends to reduce space for women and for youth. And so Indigenous peoples are not part of civil society. They are peoples. They have their right to their own space. Trade unions aren't part of civil society. Academics aren't. Local government, farmers, none of these are part of civil society. And so it's quite good that you have entry points for them individually through the UNEP process, and there's representatives that are elected to ensure that those voices are heard.
Thank you for that. Felix, I'm going to ask you to answer the next question so that Gustav can have a bit of a break. And it is, what is the difference between UNEA, the HLPF, and the COP, UNFCCC?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so the High Level Political Forum is a hybrid body that was set up as an outcome from Rio Plus 20. Prior to that, we had a Commission on Sustainable Development, which was a functioning commission of the Economic and Social Council. And what happened at Rio Plus 20 was we created a universal body. So the Commission on Sustainable Development was, I think, 53 countries. ECOSOC is 54 countries. Now we had a universal body that met at the level of ECOSOC for every year for 4 years, and then also had a heads of state meeting every 4 years. So on the 4th year, 2019 and 2023, it meets twice, once as an ECOSOC body, and then secondly under the President of the General Assembly. And so it's not and I would say it's not as hugely policy making. It does have a policy making role. There is a ministerial outcome declaration that's negotiated in theory before people attend the High Level Political Forum. It tends to be an ideas fest, a reporting back, a capacity building space. The UN Environment Assembly was also an outcome from Rio Plus 20. The intention by governments to upgrade UNEP from being, I think it was 66 countries, to a universal body. It also came from Rio Plus 20, and it meets every 2 years in theory. It has met more regularly at different points because of its establishment, and it can initiate conventions. So one of the things that will come out of the UNEA that we're talking about will be a process to set up what they call an intergovernmental negotiating committee to establish a convention on plastics. What the UNFCCC is a convention. It was a General Assembly convention. It had set up an intergovernmental negotiating committee. And then when I think it was 50 countries had ratified it, it became a convention that met annually. I mean, there are differences in the sense that a convention is a legally binding document. So if there are decisions in there that are advocating for particular things to happen, then governments can be held accountable for that. UNEA and the High Level Political Forum are not legally binding, they're soft agreements. And so they're, in a sense, their decision-making process, you can't so much hold the governments to account. But I don't know whether Jan Gustav wants to add anything to that.
No, well, both Felix and I have been attending all three elements. Just to say that the High Level Political Forum, HLPF, is, as you said, mandated to deal with the 2030 agenda and coordinate the SDGs input and measure progress, hopefully. And UNEP, UNEA, is, as it's stated in actually paragraph 87 and 88 of the outcome document from Rio 20, the paramount organization within the UN system to deal with the environment. And also, as it's been emphasized, UNEP and UNEA deals with environment parts or elements of the SDGs. And the COP, as you rightly said, the COP that we've had with UNFCCC, also, I think it's important to know that COP stands for Conference of Parties. It means that there are several COPs. We have, for instance, a very important COP for us is the COP or the Super COP for chemicals that takes place in Geneva every year. And that's the Conference of Party for those who sign on to the chemical conventions. So, you know, we have the impression that there's only one COP, and that's the climate COP, but there are several COPs because it stands for the Conference of Parties, meaning those who have signed on to the convention.
Just to answer Graham Smith's point, in the process around UNEA, there isn't a disability constituency that's been recognized. That's also true that it isn't being recognized at the UNFCCC. In both cases that could happen, it would be a matter of that constituency to really be there and to engage. And there's a process, I haven't looked at it more recently, at least under the UNFCCC, to be recognized over time to be a constituency body. Under the High Level Political Forum, it's looking at the 2030 agenda implementation. And in that, people with disability was recognized as an additional stakeholder, as were volunteers and older people and the education community. So they have constituency engagement rights and representatives in that particular forum.
But thank you for that. I think maybe time for one more question before we fall behind. One of them, thank you to Robin for answering the question about the major groups. And in the participants, if you look in the chat, in the question and answer box, there's a link to the 9 major groups. And there is, as some of you may know, after the original non-major groups, recently there has been expanded officially throughout the UN system, and people with disabilities is now considered one of the other stakeholders. So it's now major groups and other stakeholders. Gentlemen, there's a big question in the Q&A. You may have already addressed that a bit because I was fiddling around with my webcam, which has failed. It's the one that begins with, what is the main support that we can achieve? Have you answered that while I was otherwise occupied, or is that something you can have a few comments on?
Well, Rivera, I think this is something that we will actually touch upon. All of the elements that you have asked will be touched upon as we go along with this webinar. If we do not answer all these very important parts of your questions, will you please repeat it at the end? Some of this is you ask for a general understanding of support, and support is actually a many-faceted thing, because one is technical support, which often is needed, and one shouldn't think one needs technical support at the UN, but one does. One is mandate support, another one is policy support, and a lot of this is provided through major groups facilitating committees, which often exist, and it does exist with the UN Environment Programme. Of course, support is also thought to be financial support, and that is a very, very difficult question to answer. When it comes to the rest, I think we will leave that for the civil society, non-state stakeholder major group section, and how to input that, because Felix and Charles do come back with very detailed answers to these elements. Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff. Thank you very much. I think now we'll move on to the next section, which will be presented by Felix. Felix, I'm going to mute my microphone, and over to you. And please remember to speak at a reasonable pace. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want to move it on to the next overhead or slide? Overheads would be, last generation. So just to go into, I think, answering a little bit of the earlier question that was, how do we engage? Well, you need to understand how the system kind of operates. And so you have countries that are in particular blocks. So you've got European Union. We're in the last, 6 weeks of the presidency of Slovenia. France will take over the presidency of the European Union from January to June next year. So that will include the United Nations Environment Assembly. The Group of 77, which was originally set up in the 60s, which I'll mention a little bit more when I bring the chair of that up, has 134 countries, and China's part of it sometimes and not other times. It has Guinea as the chair of G77, and that was true for the UNFCCC meeting. Now, in every different forum, you will find there are some countries that are constantly active, and then you'll have others where particular countries will have particular interests or particularly very active individuals. And so what I've indicated there are some of the countries that are likely to take a leading role at UNEA, but also tend to take an active role in New York as well. And South Africa is very interesting, having just come out of the UNFCCC. They played a critical role in the financing discussion. And they're the only country, I think, whose plan to enact their targets has built into it a just transition. So it's a very interesting example. Key European countries, obviously we find that the Scandinavian countries play a critical role in the European Union. Malta, for obvious reasons, as they're chairing the second committee of the General Assembly this year, will take a more leading role than normally that they would do. They have had an extremely impressive Michael Zamek-Koltar from Malta, who was the first executive secretary of the UNFCCC. So the country does bring some really interesting leading negotiators. France will play a critical role because of their interest in the Environment Pact, which we'll talk about later. When you're coming to UNEA, in a sense, already negotiations will have happened within the Committee of Permanent Representatives the week before. And so it's really important to recognize that to persuade the European Union or to persuade the G77 to do stuff is very time consuming, because if you persuade a particular country, they have to go and then work in the group. And so the later you are into the negotiations, the focus should move to what they call single decision countries. And single decision countries mean that if you're able to persuade that country, they can then take your issue onto the floor and advocate for it, and then the other countries will have to react to that. So we've indicated some of the key countries that are single decision countries there. OASIS, which plays a critical role in any of the climate negotiations, and particularly also in the plastics negotiations, has 43 countries, and we'll move on to a little bit more on that in the next couple of slides. So for the European presidency, as you can see, it has a rotating presidency. And so you can go to Wikipedia or to the European Union side, and you can see which country is taking over pretty much for the next 5 or 6 years. And that's quite useful, because if you know that a country is going to be taking that role, and you know that that country has an interest in an issue that you care about, you can try and get them to include that in their, in a sense, agenda for the presidency. And we've used that a number of times with different countries. They have a troika of what they call the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council, but there's also a kind of troika of the previous presidency, the presidency, and the future presidency, so that they can try and ensure that some agenda items move forward, and that if they're not addressed fully in a particular presidency, they'll be picked up by future presidencies. You'll also have a situation where the European Union has, in a sense, the responsibility for an issue, and so it'll be the Council, the European departments, European Union's departments, who will be taking a lead as opposed to the countries. What will be happening now is that there'll be meetings in Brussels where they'll assign specific countries to lead on the resolutions, which we'll come to later. And so once you know which country is leading in a resolution that you care about, you can start a dialogue prior to the UN Environment Assembly. If you could move to the next slide. So the group of 77, established in 1964, had originally 77 countries. And they, I guess, decided it wasn't a good idea to renumber it 78, 80, 84. It's now 134. So it's a very significant block. It's having problems, particularly because of what happened in the climate meeting, where India played a very interesting and potentially damaging role within G77 in the context of coal. I am sure that the OASIS countries will be discussing with both India and China what they have done, because it has huge implications for them. Not all, in a sense, chapters of G77 have the same chair at the same time, and there's a logic to that. It shares out the workload, which can be huge as far as coordination is concerned. Geneva has Afghanistan. We've talked about Guinea, and that's who had it for the climate negotiations. We don't know yet who's going to be the chair of G77 for next year, or at least I haven't heard. So these are the chairs as we go into Christmas. Malawi has been the chair in Nairobi, so will they continue? We'll have to see. If you could move to the next slide. OASIS, we have a new chair of OASIS. It was Belize, I think, or not Belize, maybe Belize. The chair now is Antigua and Barbuda. He's a relatively new ambassador in New York. And he has, in his pitch to become chair, developed a very strong agenda of what what OASIS should try and do during the time period that he will be in that position. So they want to amplify their leadership. Well, clearly the repercussions of what happened at COP 26 will play into New York in these coming months. Wants to transition to implementation, so helping OASIS to get access to funds to address some of the implementation of the SDGs, but also of the issues around climate change, and wanted to strengthen, in a sense, just the operations of OASIS so that their voice can be heard much louder than at the moment it's being done. If you could have the next slide. If we could go to the next slide. So there are basically four important functions that stakeholders play in this process. The one is setting agendas. So my example of that would be on the Sustainable Development Goals. Paulo Caballero from Colombia addressed a retreat in Solo, Indonesia in July 2011, where she put on the table the idea that there should be a set of Sustainable Development Goals agreed at Rio +20. I was fortunate to chair the UN DPI conference, which was happening in September. And we reorganized that DPI conference around stakeholders being able to advocate for what kind of SDGs would they think should be presented and perhaps negotiated at Rio +20. So we're literally setting the agenda. We've had an idea from governments that there should be SDGs. The first set of suggested SDGs, I think we had 16, were put forward by the stakeholder community. And because it was a UN conference, then in the policy briefs that were produced for Rio +20, the suggestions of the stakeholders on what those SDGs should be was included in those policy briefs. So we've literally, for the run up to Rio +20, much of the initial, in a sense, ideas on what there should be were ones that had come from the stakeholder community, and so came up very early. Negotiating outcomes, and there are many examples of this, but the issue to remember is that never give up. And so one of the issues that was really critical in the SDG negotiations, but did not get into the SDG targets, was an issue on antibiotic resistance. And even though it hadn't got in, partly because WHO had produced a really good report on why it was important and how hundreds of millions of people would be affected as we became antibiotic resistance because of the pills we were taking or because of the situation with animals becoming antibiotic resistant and therefore the food chain being impacted, were dealing with the Ebola crisis. And so they were much more focused on dealing with that. In the final negotiations in 2015, in the final 2 weeks, at the end of the first week, it was actually the Youth Caucus who kept pushing a number of us to re-engage on that on the Friday of the first week to try and persuade governments to add a target in. And so we did. We went in literally as the meeting was ending on that Friday, and by the Monday we had added to the wraparound text, which is where the SDGs sit in the 2030 agenda, we had a commitment to address antibiotic resistance. And that was where the stakeholders had not given up, and we were able to help negotiate something which was good. Conferring legitimacy. Well, by the time we got to 2010, it was clear to most of the stakeholders engaged in the Commission on Sustainable Development that it wasn't working. And so the stakeholders came out asking for governments and lobbying governments to replace the Commission by a higher body. And that's exactly what happened during the Rio +20 process. We had the CSD closed down and a high-level political forum established. And of course, most of people on this call and many stakeholders are engaged in implementing solutions. We take those agreements that are agreed at the global level. We try to become part of the solution to make sure that they are implemented, and we try and feed back where that process has a problem to make sure that those implementing similar projects as we might be doing might learn from that process. And that's the partnership forum at the UN, or it's the high-level political forum where those things happen. If you can have the next slide, please. So when we're going to participate, it's very important to see what and this partly goes back to a question that was, I think, in the last section. It's important to look at what UNEP has said it wants to do. And so the medium-term strategy, which has three major pillars. Jan Gustav talked about chemicals. The second pillar is biodiversity. And the third pillar is climate change. And so underneath that is a program of work, which helps you to understand where UNEP staff is going to be allocated. But it also offers you an opportunity to become a partner, to work with them. And by working with them, perhaps enable you to have access to their resources or to bring your resources to the table in helping to make sure that that program of work is implemented. We're going to deal with the follow-up and the preparations for UNEP plus 50 and Stockholm plus 50. One of the things to just realize is that there are, thank you, there are things that you shouldn't do. Could you put it back?
Which slide do you want it back to?
The one which I was speaking to, the things not to do.
Oh, sure, hang on 2 seconds. Here we go. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So, I mean, some of these are common sense, but it's very important to understand that this is these are government forums. And so we have a particular role in those forums, and we have to be able to understand what that is. You know, don't go up to speak to a government when they're speaking. It sounds very sensible, but we have seen people who've done that. Don't sit in a government seat unless you're on the delegation, because those are assigned to them. Don't interrupt the meeting. So it's not a good idea to organize a kind of disruption because you're unhappy with the what's going on, because that will impact on everybody. And so if you're going to do something like that, you need to talk to UN security and do it through an agreed process. Don't target a particular government in an intervention. It's meant to be talking about the issues concerned, not focusing, unless it's where they're presenting their national report, in which case that's absolutely right that you can do that. Don't wear inappropriate clothes. Don't do a demonstration inside the venue unless you've asked for it to happen. And the UN will help you to design that. I mean, the UN security have been very good at making sure that that can happen. Don't take your country's flag or name if you're upset with it, or a country's name. And that happened during the climate negotiations, where WWF and Oxfam took the Saudi Arabia flag and put it in the toilet and took a video of it. That caused everybody, not just the people who were members of WWF and Oxfam, to be kicked out of the meeting, and that we could have lost complete access to the UNFCCC because of that incident. So what you do doesn't just impact on your organization, it impacts on everybody. So you have to think of that as a responsibility. Those two people were disciplined within their organizations, and the heads of those organizations then had to fly to the climate meeting in Bonn and apologize. And we were very lucky that that didn't affect our ongoing engagement there. And if you're asked to represent a major group, then make sure that you're reading out what they've agreed to in your statement, as opposed to just what your particular organization thinks. Thank you. Next one. Thank you. So 2 useful things for you to download. The first is the kind of major group facilitating committee, and that is set up with 2 representatives from each of those 9 major groups, plus regional representatives, and they have a handbook for stakeholder engagement. It's available on the UNEP site and on the civil society section of that. And then there's one which Stakeholder Forum produced with UNEP, actually a long while ago, I think it's 2008, with Elizabeth Maramba, who is now the head of the Convention on Biological Diversity. And it covers some of the things that we're talking about, but also goes into, in a sense, explaining what a multilateral environmental agreement is, and It's well worth downloading. Much of it hasn't changed. We should have updated it, I guess, at some point. Next slide. So these are the 9 major groups that Jan Gustaf represented earlier, and they come from originally the Agenda 21. And Maurice Strong played the father of sustainable development, played a critical role. I'm doing a book at the moment on profiles in courage, so I've been specifically looking at where these chapters came from, and they literally came from Maurice, and they were kind of slipped in as a process around the first PrepCom in Nairobi. By the time we got to the PrepCom 4 in New York, it was impossible for the member states to take the stuff out. And it's quite interesting to see the first major group that was accepted was women. The second one, I think, was youth. The last one to be accepted was the science and technology major group, because the Vatican was very worried at that time about it being in a sense science-based, but those are what happened in 1992. There are also representatives from the 6 UN Environment Programme regions. If you go to the next slide. And just to give you an idea, here are some of the team. On the far right is Alexander Duras, who is the kind of director of the civil society or stakeholder unit. It used to be called stakeholders, but Eric Solheim, who became the executive director for a very short period of time, changed it to civil society, even though it is a stakeholder thing. I'm sure at some point it will get back its original name. And then you have Isaiah Atino, who's the far left, Letitia, who is in the long red scarf. We can have the next slide. And so just to give you an idea, and you'll have these so you can follow it up yourself, who's in a sense within the team focusing on supporting the work in the different regions, because there are 6 regions for UNEP, and so different staff members have been given responsibility for supporting the Africa region or the Latin America and West Asia region. Next slide. So I wanted to give you just an idea of what it's my viewpoint on what the characteristics of a good lobbyist is. You have to enjoy dealing with other people and building relationships over time. To be successful as a lobbyist, you, in a sense, have to build those personal relationships. And remember that the people who are negotiating are civil servants. They don't necessarily belong to, or probably don't belong to, any political party, but they're not the political party that's in power. And so it's very important to not blame them for a position that their government is taking, because they may very well become a different person once a new government is elected, but you've already burnt that bridge, so be careful. Work and create a professional atmosphere, so make sure that you're, in a sense, dressing appropriately and making sure that this is a professional approach that you're taking. But also, often you have in negotiations the opportunity to look for a creative solution together. And I've had a number of times many times when governments have got themselves into a mess, and, in a sense, you can go in and try and help them to get themselves out of a negotiating mess. You do need to think clearly in a negotiation, and remember that negotiations, particularly in things like climate, are happening in many different rooms at the same time. And it might very well be that a government has decided to trade something in one room for something else in another room. So if you are hoping that they won't trade it, make sure that you're talking to the NGO grouping or stakeholder grouping in the other room so that you don't undermine each other's work. And be very well prepared to enter negotiation. Make sure you've read all the relevant papers that are on the website prior to the meeting that you're going. I won't say who, but a former ASG for UNDP and UNICEF who spoke to me at the climate negotiation, claimed that there was nothing happening on agriculture. Well, there was a whole committee on agriculture. And so he clearly hadn't read all of the documents that he should have done. So it's not just stakeholders often who don't do the research. It tends to be, you have to make sure that you've been absolutely sure that you have read everything. When you're in this, you will enter with your own commitments, and you should work out what your bottom line is. And you should try and understand what their bottom line is and see what you can do to make sure that they can support your activities. If you find that their bottom line is something that is something you don't agree with, you can always get pressure put on back at Capital. Communicate clearly when you're looking seeing someone. Make sure you're looking at them and actually communicating to them. Look them in the eyes. It's kind of sounds silly, but you've got to create that kind of personal relationship. I work to understand their position. So you have to, if you're talking to them, make sure that they're talking more than you. You shouldn't be just offloading. You want to know why they're supporting something. So draw out as much information as you can. Don't confront the person. As I said, it's not necessarily their position. It may be the government's. Don't blame them for that. And make sure you're a great listener. Next slide. So this is just an example of what I used to do at stakeholder forums. So, you want to know for a government, what their position in the capital is, what their position in New York is, and perhaps their position in other forums. So we're dealing with Nairobi here. So it may be that, for example, on an issue on agriculture, that in fact, the capital position is X, the New York position is Y, and the position of FAO is W. Now, which one of those is best for you? If it turns out that the capital position is better for you, then you get pressure put on to get that position translated to the Rome-based agencies to make sure that you can do it. But sometimes it can work that you can, in a sense, find that if you're at Nairobi and it's an issue that the government doesn't have a strong position on, that you can actually help them create a position. I know during the Rio +20 process that Mexico only had a position on about 50% of the text. So if I was working with Mexico on the other 50%, if they were interested in what I was advocating, you could find that would find its way into the final agreement. You need to know whether they're strong for something, weak for something, or weak against or strong against, because your strategy will be different depending on the position that they take. Next slide. So when you're preparing, which, if you're going to UNEA, you should pretty much know what your goal and objective is already. Make sure you have the research material to back up your position. Map out who else might support your position within the stakeholder community, but also within the governments who might be strong advocates because they've already made that. Next slide. And of course, also make sure you know who's going to be against it, because they will also have a strategy that you need to do. Make sure your laptop has a wireless, bring a memory stick, because sometimes you need to go to a printer to print out. And I found, it sounds crazy, sometimes you want to use a computer next door and it doesn't print to the printer, but you put a memory stick in and you can print from the memory stick. So it's always worth having. If you're coming to Nairobi, it might be worth at the airport getting a local SIM, so you're not paying a huge amount. If you're in New York, there is a blue book that's on the website of the UN, which enables you to find the information about who the government's ambassadors are, where they're situated, their address. It gives an email address as well, and will list the people who are at the mission. It won't tell you which. In many cases, it won't tell you which issues they're following. In certain cases, it will. There is now a function that you can download a printable PDF file with all of the ambassadors' addresses on, and I've just done that for my most recent book to send a copy to those ambassadors. Make sure you bring your business cards with you. We don't so much use digital computer cameras now. We mostly use our phones, but sometimes it's useful to have that side camera. So in a sense, it's not like you're taking it with your phone. Some people find that the phone thing less fun, though I have to say, having just done the COP26, I had a number of delegates who were coming up and doing selfies with me. So maybe it's not so much problem. And make sure you've got your publications that you can give to people. And the thing is, you want summaries. You don't want long books or things. You want a couple of pages at the most if you're going to do that. Next slide. So in the meeting, you'll have a committee of the whole that's in Nairobi, and then they will break down into working groups, and then within those working groups, they'll break down to smaller contact groups, particularly when they don't have an agreement. So if there's a particular disagreement, you might find, for example, on if it's on climate change, you might have the US, European Union and OASIS meeting as a huddle to see if they can work something out, if that's where the problem is, or it might be G77, the EU and Norway. So one of the single decision countries can often act as a bridge between two different blocks. Next slide. So when you have these meetings, and if they're particularly controversial issues or whatever, you'll have a Friends of the Chair. So you saw that in the COP26. The British government had set up a Friends of the Chair, and particularly they lent very heavily on the United States, on John Kerry, who's in this picture, to help them to get China and to get other countries on board. So it wasn't just the UK who was traveling around, but you saw often John Kerry doing the same. So those Friends of the Chair is important. During the Copenhagen COP in 2009, one of the problems on why the Copenhagen Accord was only noted and not agreed to was because the US government team changed when Obama came in, and most of the political advisors hadn't understood some of the negotiating blocks, and they had excluded Sudan, who was then chair of G77, from being in the Friends group to write the Copenhagen Accord. And that's because Sudan was on the list of evil countries at that point that the US was not engaging with. But that particular year, that was when Sudan was negotiating a split between Sudan and Southern Sudan. And in New York, Washington, and in the European Union, that in Brussels, they had two ambassadors, one from the Islamic North and one from the Christian South. And it turned out that the person who they should have been talking to was an ambassador from the Christian South and was a former McKinsey person. But because they didn't, then G77 rebelled against, or one of the reasons G77 rebelled against the discussion. Next slide. So have a game plan for the whole negotiation. Detect other groups in your country, region, who can support you. So if you've got other stakeholders in your country who you can build pressure and then put that pressure on the government before they go to the negotiations, great. And remember, don't go to the negotiations if you haven't spoken to your government in capital, because then they're like, why didn't you talk to us about this before we came here? So build that relationship with the civil servants in the capital. Try and brief the media before you go. I saw again at the COP26 a number of mistakes that the media made because people clearly hadn't briefed them. You had a particular incident where, and it wasn't the only one, where the interviewer for Channel 4, one of the British news programs, suggested that India and China weren't at, China and Russia were not at the COP because their presidents were, and they had to be explained that, of course, they were there. It's just their presidents hadn't turned up. So having an informed media is very important. If you have the opportunity, get a debate in your parliaments about the issue before they go, so that then, in a sense, the government feels some pressure on them. And if you can, try and get an NGO on the government delegation. If they are on the government delegation, it does mean that they have to abide by that government's position, but it lets you build up an understanding of how not only the government's own preparation goes, but also its relationship with other people. And it does help you to identify those, or help your friends to identify key negotiators they need to speak to. Next slide. Make sure, if you can, that you have some photos of the delegates. So the Earth Negotiations Bulletin that is comes out daily during UNEA meetings. If you go to their website, you will find, in a sense, a daily report on what has happened, but you'll also see pictures of many of the delegates with the names of them. Stakeholder Forum used to, for its support, produce a photo booklet. Now it's really up to you guys to do it yourself, but go through, collect that. It's a lot easier to walk into a room if you've got a photo of someone than it is if you haven't. When I've been running the NGO lobbying teams, we've had people who've been given specific responsibility to be the key person for G77, the key interlocutor with the EU, the key interlocutor with the US, or with bureau members. And so if you're in a large coalition like the plastic NGOs are, they have people who they can assign the responsibility as the touch point with those particular people. And that gives you more engagement, but also gives you more information. When I've again run NGO lobbying teams, we've had one person who've been sitting in the negotiations, and then most of us will be outside in the coffee bar, and we have taken the negotiators out to try and engage with them and persuade them to do the things that we want. Coffee bar diplomacy, receptions, dinners, all those informal places are where lots of the work happens, and that has increased now that many of these things are televised. Because if you want a government to change their position, they're not going to do it in a room where their capital can see that they've changed their position. They'll have to do it outside. So the transparency of the meetings acts as a negative to being able to persuade them to do things that they perhaps were instructed not to. And I always told my staff that if you're spending more than 20% of your time with stakeholders, that's not what I paid you for. I paid you to go and talk to governments. And so you need to go and do that. Next slide. So just a summary. Know your own goals. What are you going to achieve? Know the decision-making process in your country and its groups. Know when to work at what level. So first work at the national level. Then if they're having regional meetings like the European Union does, then work at that level, then work at the global level. Know the decision-making context. What are the pressures that are on those from other players? Know the tools. So what can you use to persuade them? Is that using the media? Is it using Parliament? Is it using an opportunity to bring experts in, research people? Know when to make your position. The earliest you should be making it is now. So we know what the resolutions are, many of them for UNEA, so you're able to then already tell the government what you think. Know your government officials. You need to become friends with them before you go to Nairobi. Know the UN officials. And so Jan Gustav has spoken already of those, but then there are other people who work in those departments who may help you with your research or help you with supporting material. Know who's going to support your issue, know who's going to be against it, but also know your limits. Now, this is not a long meeting. It's basically altogether 5 days, or if you're coming for the chemicals, for the plastics, it's maybe 2 weeks. Jan Gustav and I have been at meetings that have been 4 weeks long. But I was at PrepCon 4 for Rio, which was 4 weeks. You have to be able to, in a sense, pace yourself. So be very careful. If you're in a team, make sure that people are looked after in their health is respected and that they are given the opportunity to, in a sense, re-energize themselves. I think that's it, isn't it, Charles? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Felix. We're going to do the first poll now. So let me bring that up. Here we go, poll one. As you can see, we want to know what you what are you thinking of engaging in UNEA 5.2? I'll give you all about a minute. If our guests can please take a look at that. Now, and the interpreters perhaps can please interpret the text on the screen for us. Thank you. I'll give it another few seconds. We have about half of the guests have participated, and then I'll share it with you. Okay, well, now, as you can all see, we've had a majority holding governments accountable. I'll leave that up for just a moment for you to look at, and we'll also share those results with you. And now we will move on to the next slide. So bear with me while we bring that on. We're going to do Q&A now. So if Felix and Gustav can please come back on, and I'll take a look at the questions. Please forgive me for not having my camera on. Turns out, in terms of being prepared, as Felix was mentioning earlier, my webcam seems to have failed. I'll see if I can't fix it during our 15-minute break. Otherwise, I'll be going to the computer store tonight and getting another webcam. So please hang on. Jan Gustav and Felix, I'm looking at the questions now. And the first question, we've got three. One of them is, I would like to know how many representatives of civil society could attend the UNEA?
Well, provided you have accreditation, and that's the sort of that sets the limit. I think at the moment some 600 NGOs and non-state stakeholders, including civil society and major groups, are accredited to UNEP. And you need to register beforehand, and there is a time limit on registration, which is well published on UNEP's website. There's a bit of that. It's not difficult for any organization to become an accredited organization with UNEP. You just have to sort of comply with the formalities, and the formalities to become an an accredited organization to UN Environment. It takes a bit of time. So if you want to be engaged in UNEA 5.2, start that process immediately. So the number of participants is limited to the to whether you are an accredited organization or not. And I saw another question also, which I can take immediately. There was a question of who will be the next president or taking the presidency after Norway. This follows a geographical distribution process, so to speak. Africa will be taking over the presidency. To my knowledge, the Africans have not yet decided which country or which person minister will take on that. But maybe, Felix, have you had your ear to the ground? No. So this is always difficult in internet times to get what we might call reliable gossip. But by the time we get to Nairobi, we will, of course, know that. But it is Africa that will take on the presidency. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan Gustav. But I would say just another. There's a rather long question, but what I'll do is I'll ask the quick one first. One is, can civil society attend virtually? And the answer to that is yes, but it'll be necessary to register, I believe, in order to get those links. But we'll know a little bit better. Gustav, do you want to add anything to that? Will civil society basically be able to just link into a website, or will they have to register in the same way that you and I do, for instance, on Indigo and things like that?
Sorry, yes. In order to be part of UNEA, you have to register. I don't think that information has gone up on UNEP website yet.
It hasn't. That's I can confirm that. Yeah.
And the question from Agnes, if we are from an accredited organization, could we attend UNEA 5.2? And the answer would be yes. I mean, if your organization is fine with that, then yes, you can. You just have to be mindful of this information, which is, continually coming on the UNEP website. And when it says, when you want to attend, please register and register here, then you have to.
Yeah, but that will only allow you to the committee of the whole. It might allow you to the working groups, but it won't allow you below that.
And also, just to add,
go on, Charles.
Well, just to add, in terms of logistics, even accredited organizations at the moment for UNEA 5.2, there's only going to be a very limited number of people in person because of the ongoing pandemic. Africa is seeing, I think at the most, maybe 10% vaccination rates, and that's not much different for Kenya. And we've been in direct contact with the civil society unit. They hope to be able to expand that a bit, but I think at the present time, they're only really going to be those who represent the official representatives of the major groups and a handful of others. Gustav, do you want to add any more to that?
No, you're absolutely right. And I, because of the logistics and because of the changing landscape around what you just told about vaccination and the spread of the disease, it's very difficult for almost anyone to get hands on that. The question here is, can civil society and non-state stakeholders attend virtually? And again, as Felix said, yes, but it's quite limited again. We do not know what kind of a platform that UNEP will be employing. I also know that the major groups are also going to set up a system whereby one can attend their meetings, but this is all in the works, so to speak. And as we approach December, we will. End of year, we'll know more. Go on, Felix.
So I think there are a couple of things. I mean, one is that the initial negotiations the week before the Committee of Permanent Representatives, which will be crucial on the discussion on plastics. It would be crazy not to just let the plastic NGOs or stakeholders be the representatives there, because otherwise you'll have a huge rebellion. As far as the week of UNEA, then clearly they will have to select a couple of people to attend on their behalf. But you have a strange situation where Europe is on the red zone, but actually Kenya's on the amber zone. It's actually in a better position as far as traveling from the US to Kenya. It's less difficult than it is traveling to Europe.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen. There's one more, there's sort of a statement and a question within from Carmen. Gentlemen, you can take a quick look at that and maybe one of you take a stab at it.
I didn't hear who it was.
If you look in the Q&A, it's from Carmen Capriles, Carmen, who we're familiar with. It's the one that came in at 11:23 a.m. I think it's the most recent question.
Oh, the in totalitarian countries from the south.
Yes, the question.
Yes. Well, you know, meeting with representatives is always an interesting thing, and you know, when Felix talked about how to be a good delegate and how to be a good advocate for issues, you know, you have to sort of like people. And I don't know how many times delegates have said to me, you know, delegates are also people, you know, and you know, people either like a cup of tea or a cup of coffee and talk friendly to. I realize that lots of governments are very restrictive in their home countries in meeting with civil society, and unfortunately this is something we have been seen as on the increase. I am in a fortunate, very fortunate position in Norway where we do not suffer these things. What is quite unique about these UN meetings is that you have all these people from all over the world, all these government representatives walking around, including ministers. There will be at a normal UNEA, you have something like 140 ministers of environment walking around, and you would be surprised how happy they are to chat with non-state stakeholders. I have never found any person reject my offer of a cup of coffee or a 5-minute talk, even from the most difficult nations in terms of democratic systems. So I understand, Carmen, that it's difficult for you maybe to speak at them at home, but there is a great opportunity to approach them when you are in Nairobi, if you are there.
Yeah, I mean, I've not. I mean, clearly, I'm in the US. It's not that difficult to speak to the State Department and the relevant people who will be going as part of the State Department's team during the climate stuff. The US had a really open process in there. They had a pavilion with different members of both the White House and the State Department talking to stakeholders and meeting with stakeholders. It may be it turns around the back way, which is that you make the relationship at UNEA, and that then, having made the relationship, you can then meet them back in capital afterwards, because they've realized that you're a pretty cool person and have got a lot of knowledge. So just again, because the government is totalitarian, doesn't mean that the civil servants are totalitarian. And so again, divorce the difference between the government itself and the stakeholder the government representatives. And you know, I mean, I've had meetings with government representatives who come from those particular types of countries and built the relationship at the event. And then I continued that relationship either through LinkedIn or through Facebook or other ways, so that it's not through necessarily their email address. So think a little bit more broader about how you might continue that relationship.
Well, thank you both very much. That was the end of the questions. So I will now move on to the next module. And that is going to be presented by me. And again, I apologize, my camera is not working, so this will just be verbally. And we're going to look at the correct use of virtual platforms while attending online and hybrid meetings, which of course are becoming so common these days. So this is going to be quick, a little bit of a tutorial. And what we have up on the screen are the 5 most common platforms that we tend to see at United Nations and other intergovernmental meetings. For instance, Cisco WebEx is used by the United Nations, but they do sometimes use Zoom. Yesterday, there was a UNDESA meeting that was on Zoom rather than WebEx. The GoToMeeting and Microsoft Teams are very common. Microsoft Teams tends to be more common for business people. Now, Messenger Rooms, that is Facebook Messenger, because in certain parts of the world, Facebook and platforms like WhatsApp are much more common among stakeholders than the other platforms. But since we are working with Zoom today, I will just focus a bit on the practical ways of participating. Of course, all of you who are taking part today have already most likely mastered this. Some may have not, and there are some little details that you might not have picked up on if you haven't been participating on Zoom or other platforms. And most of them are much the same. It's just the layout in the software will be a little bit different. Now, you'll participate as part of a meeting, and when you're invited to take part in a meeting, usually you'll have full, you can fully interact. Your microphone and your video will be enabled, and it will be usually with smaller groups, 6 to 12, maybe at the most 18 people, before it becomes a little bit difficult to manage. Now, in a webinar, as we are today, you are usually invited to be as a panelist, like Jan Gustav and Felix and I are, in terms of the primary moderators and presenters of the webinar, or as a participant. Now, today you are all here as participants. Your microphones and your videos are off. However, you can in webinars be invited in. So in the case of much smaller webinars where there's more time for interaction, and we've done that at Stakeholder Forum a number of times when we've launched interesting papers about sustainability, we will bring in, we see someone raise their hand, and you see at the bottom of your screen there's hand raising. Although we won't be responding to that today, we see someone raise their hand, we can activate their microphone, camera, or both, have them ask the question and interact, and then they drop out again and we can invite others in. Another way is by watching a live stream, and that's the way it will be for the most part with UNEA, and as it is with other UN intergovernmental meetings. You're invited to participate, but it'll be on either a YouTube channel, United Nations TV, or in the case of what we're doing here, on YouTube. In the case of this webinar, we had a maximum capacity of 500 actual participants. Had we had 500 actual participants taking part right now, anyone else who would then try to log on afterwards would be directed to the YouTube live stream, which is active at the moment, and they would then be able to watch but not interact in the same way. And it's the same with Facebook and other platforms. They have the live function. And just to give you an idea, although you're not seeing it this way today, if you were watching on YouTube, this is what you would see, and this is what you will see if you go back to look at this webinar. And those who haven't taken part today, when we send them the link to it, they'll see the speaker up in the right-hand corner. And that's why in our PowerPoint presentations, there's usually a little blank space up on the right, because we learned after the first time we did this, that if you don't make a little bit of space, sometimes important information will be overlapped by the video. Now, this is, again, some basic practice. When you get a acknowledgement of your registration, you'll get an email. As you can see here, this is one of the events that DESA did on YouTube, on Zoom recently. And with that email, you will get that acknowledgement. Will have, in addition to that, the direct link. If you go below that, you'll see the option to add it to your calendars. Some just overlook that, and it's important, depending on what your platform is, to click on that little link, and it will then add it to your, whether it's your Outlook, your Google, Yahoo, or other calendar. And then you will be able to set a reminder for yourself, and the link is saved in that calendar invite. So you can then just go right to your calendar and click on the join link, which is the bigger one above. Also, as you can see at the very bottom, right above our little UNEA logo, international numbers, typically clicking on that, you can then see if you're only able to take part by a telephone or by mobile phone, you'll be able to see the phone number to dial into. And again, don't forget to add the event to your online calendar if you have that option. Now let's go over some of the mechanics. You have here on the lower left side of your screen, you'll have at the moment, because you've been muted and your video has been disabled, you will see those icons. And what you can do if you are taking part in a meeting or in a webinar and are invited in, the thing to do is, as you begin the meeting, make sure that you have the correct settings. So you're going to hit that little up arrow, and you're going to make sure that you've got the tick box next to the correct devices on your computer. Now, if it's your phone or your laptop, it will be by default connected to the microphone and also to the video. As you can see on mine, I have multiple devices, and other than the fact that my camera is not working, it always works very well. Now, the last bit here, because this is just a short tutorial, is while in the meeting, you have that little bar at the bottom. Some of what you see there might not be on your screen today because sometimes they're different for the host and moderator than they are for the participants. If you click on the little up arrow to the left, you then see all the people who are participating, and you can then often communicate directly with them. And you can do the same if you click on the chat box. You are typically able to send a message to other participants or to all of the participants by choosing either the individual or everyone, and then you can directly communicate. And you should certainly be doing that today, as I see some of you are doing that. The chat box is a good place to add in websites. Maybe if you want to speak to someone directly, give them your email address. And to emphasize one of the points that's been brought up in the chat box and in the question and answer box today, we will share the chat information with everybody. We'll save it and send it along with that link that everyone's going to get to the PowerPoint presentations and to the video. The polls, you saw earlier how we did that. The Q&A, again, you're using that today. Sharing screen is usually something which is for the participants and the moderators to do. And again, raising hand and other little options give you the opportunity to let it be known that you'd like to speak if you are part of the meeting. And of course, the last and important one, the interpretation on the right, you're using that today, and that's turning out to be a very, very useful tool so that we have in the United Nations system, and certainly in the diplomatic corps and in the NGO corps, many people are bilingual or multilingual. However, in certain parts of the world, some are not. They only have their native tongue, or they don't necessarily speak English or one of the European languages. So that's why it's very important that we begin to offer interpretation for those who, for today, it's an English presentation, is presented in their native tongue. And that is all of that. We'll take a couple of, I'll be happy to take some questions if there are any about this session. If not, we're happy to move on to the next module. I'll just wait for a minute. If anybody has any questions, please put them in the Q&A box. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, and that's fine. Because of course the important content here is about UNEA. So in that case, let us move on. And the next module, I believe, is Jan Gustav. Jan Gustav, yeah, there you are. He's back. Thank you very much.
Yes, I've been following you diligently, my friend, so that I know what you're talking about. You know, I am not very computer savvy, so I need all the teaching I can get. Again, I want to apologize before I get into my talk that I may be getting another spite of coughing, which I hope you can tolerate. I am at the far end of my cold. So this module, we will get into two decisions that were made at UNEA 5.1. And you may say, why go back to the UNEA 5.1 decisions? Well, there are several reasons for that. One is that UNEA 5.1 and UNEA 5.2 are parts of the same UNEA. And it's just because of the pandemic that we have this very peculiar situation that we're in. And then we need to go into more detail into what we refer to commonly as the MTS, the medium-term strategy. And as you can see, this is the work program and the priority program and the strategy program for the period 2022 to 2025. And then we'll deal with UNEP at 50 and Stockholm plus 50, which are two processes that will kick in the next year, but they will also begun with sort of a presentation on these two issues by UNEA 4. So this is, again, we need to remind ourselves that this is what a meeting will look like, with everybody there engaged and committed and reasonably optimistic and happy. And to the left, there is a part of the greenery that you will see in Gigiri, which is the geographical name of the region in Nairobi where UNEP is. Next slide, please. So let's go to, for people on the planet, the medium-term strategy. And what's going on in UNEP before a new MTS is decided on, it's quite impressive because of the work, the consultations and the outreach. The basic input comes from reports and documentation and from all kinds of stakeholders. The MTS, the medium-term strategy, will address three interconnected crises that UNEP has identified. And not surprisingly, they are the climate change, the biodiversity loss, and the pollution issue. And there are subdivisions or sub-elements that they also need to put into position and into these discussions. And they often have to hark back to Rio 20 outcome document, which was aptly called at the time, The Future We Want. And they want to also have to deliver on the promises of the 2030 agenda and be mindful of the fact that UNEP will be focusing on and strengthening the environmental dimension, being, as I've said, UNEP as the preeminent and environmental organization within the UN family, and how to support countries to deliver on the environmental commitments. Next slide, please. This is just to show you some of the particular elements that goes into this. I find this fascinating because you have a lot of ongoing programs and sub-programs, and you have strategic focus arenas that has been decided on. It's not like UNEP jumps from one strategic profile to another one. They're all interlinked over time. And this is important because continuity is necessary to make sense of all what we're doing. We have a continuous discussion on coherence and fragmentation, and we're very quick to say that we're not moving forward because of the fragmentation of the issues we're facing. Well, UNEP is making real tough strides in preparing a cohesive and together MTS, and this is just an example of how this is put together: high correlation, low correlation, etc. Next slide, please. So how, and Charles, just point them in because they come now flowing into this. How was it developed? Well, the flow chart here, we'll see that, that we're discussing context analysis, strategic focus, 2030 vision, put in the next two arrows, and then figuring out outcome maps and business strategy. And then, of course, program of works. What did we do 2021, 22? How will 22, 23 look like? And how does this, is solidly based on the MTS? And then from all this, our project portfolios develop. And this is where you can see detailed activities and initiatives. And UNEA, every UNEA then go back and reviews this. And then, of course, on top of this, on top of the medium-term strategy, the UNEP Secretariat is, let's call it burdened with, or stimulated by the number of resolutions that the countries, the member states want to be looked at. They bring up the national concerns they have. Sometimes national concerns actually widens into regional concerns or even into global concerns. And going back a few years, a number of countries, maritime countries, my country being one of them, were looking at the plastic pollution on the oceans. And actually, this is, again, a very good example where the global non-state stakeholder community joined hands and says to governments, we need to do something about plastic pollution. And this comes, of course, now at first on top of the MTS, the old one, but now you will find that it is integrated here because it's part of the pollution. Next slide, please. And then when they go into this, they see that there are so many elements to fit into the whole overall agenda that they need to be specific about how to do this. So they have found that they need 9 strategic approaches. And as you see, the third one is subdivided into several ones. So one strategic approach is integrated and balanced implementation of the 2030 agenda. This is an overarching focus for the entire UN family. And if you look into each of the elements of the UN, you'll find they do something on the 2030 agenda. Another issue is gender. And then working with partners and transformational result. Just you can focus and think a little bit about the word transformational, because that's also at the key of the 2030 agenda. Alignment to UNEP's core mandate, multiple SDG issues, new and innovative concepts, value for money. And this is, of course, something that governments are harping about. And I know that civil society, non-state stakeholders, major groups, we're all very tired. And I know UNEP's secretariat are also tired, is also tired of this, but they never voiced this concern because they have to abide by diplomatic politeness, as I say. But governments are apt to say, you have to do more with less. And I cannot understand personally how this can apply to something when we deal with environment. Agenda 2030 comes back, full use of the UN development system. This is a support system within the UN system. Collective actions on environmental sustainability, resilience, and risk issues. Strengthen South and triangular cooperation. The leave no behind issue that has come up through the SDGs and the 2030 agenda. And of course, with the unstable weather we're having, the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction has come into our understanding and consciousness that are hugely important issues. So you have an overarching MTS with 3 crisis issues, and then into this are fused 9 strategic approaches. Next slide, please. As you see, there will be even more than elements put into this to make it work. So interconnected strategic objectives are climate stability, zero greenhouse emissions, and resilience, living in harmony with nature, where humanity prospers, a pollution-free planet, where pollution is prevented and controlled. I'll come back to living in harmony with nature because that has become a very contentious issue, believe it or not. But we'll be doing that later. So give me the next slide, please, Charles. And then on top of all of this, how do we roll this out and make sense of it? Well, 7 sub-programs consisting of 3 interconnected areas of action, 2 foundational sub-programs, facilitated by 2 enabling programs. On the interconnected areas of action, you have recurring climate action, nature action, and chemical and pollution action. Foundational programs, science policy, and environmental governance. Excuse me. And these 2, 4 and 5 are extremely important because science policy issue was something that UNEP came up with in its first year of existence back in 1972, as well as environmental governance. And I'll deal with that a little bit later. And the enabling sub-programs, finance, and the digital transformation. And finance and economic transformations is something that UNEP is really working on through the Green Finance Initiative and the Green Banking System, worth looking into. So we have now a more complex system, but it is also made implementationable. You can implement this. And the next slide, please. Will then, as UNEP said, a three-pronged delivery through all of its 7 programs. And the 3 prongs are cutting-edge scientific advances, relevant partners from all stakeholders, non-state and state, and across regions, countries, and subnational levels. And this is important to strengthen effective environmental governance and the rule of law. This is an area where issues often, when they are discussed, reach high temperature. Next slide, please. The 7 sub-programs will support, hopefully, accelerate and scale up shift to sustainable consumption and production patterns to achieve planetary sustainability. And they will use 5 approaches. And the consumption production is important mandate for UNEP because it was specifically referred to in paragraph 88 in the outcome document from Rio. And it's a mandate that UNEP has to take seriously because it was entrusted to them by the Rio 20 meeting or summit. So transitions to clean energy, resource efficiency, and circularity and use of energy. Champion cleaner production and efficient and circular processes to deliver goods and services. To detoxify land, cities, oceans, rivers. Support for ecosystem-based policies and restorative and regenerative practices. This is important because UNEP is also part of the restoration program on ecosystem restoration, something that UNEP has initiated. And this is yet another name for the decade we're into. Next slide, please. 2 more programs. Increased advocacy and information sharing on behavioral and educational tools. It's not only UNESCO that deals with education, but UNEP also deals with this, but because they provide central understanding and central issues to be challenged in our understanding, and education is a very important tool to promote understanding. And then, of course, aligning private finance with sustainability. Not an easy task always, but something that UNEP has taken very seriously, and they try to do this through, among other, a private sector fair, which takes place parallel to all the meetings. And they have also now fused and discussed science and business policy, which is a controversial issue because some stakeholders have objected to the fact that science policy have sort of been linked up too closely with business. And this is an ongoing discussion that one might approach again at the UNEAs. And next slide, please, for the last 2 ones. The collaboration with the multilateral environmental agreements, extremely central to all across UNEP sub-programs to secure stronger synergies and enhance impact. And this is also something which is, as I referred to earlier, has been discussed as we speak today in the context of Resolution 73/333 on environmental governance and environmental law. And the next slide, please. This is then a model that the communication system in Nairobi at UNEP have tried to figure out and how to visualize the MTS. It can be modeled like this. It's a totally integrated system, so it's not fragmented, it's cohesive. And it also, if you go into and look at the former MTS and the work programs, it also represents a solid continuation. And above all, it's based on solid science. Let's have the next slide.
Okay, that's back to me for a moment. We will have the second poll. And I will launch it now. And again, to our interpreters, if you'd be so kind as just to interpret those 3 choices for those who are Spanish-only speaking participants. and we'll give this a minute. Thank you all for taking part in that. It's just been a little over a minute. And as you can see, I suppose no surprise that climate action tends to be the priority for many people, although nature and chemical and pollution action are not far behind. So thank you very much for that. We will also, of course, share the results with you as we put together the various documents that we send to you over the next couple of days. Let's now see where that brings us to. Here we are. Okay, this brings us to the question and answer period. Felix and Jan Gustav, if you'd be so kind as to reactivate your microphones and cameras so that the questions can be directed to you. And I would encourage our guests to please bring in some questions. I don't see any new questions in the Q&A. So while we give our guests an opportunity to pose some questions, I wonder if Felix, you want to make any comments on the what came up during Gustav's presentation there?
No, I think it's just a reiteration that if you want to work with UNEP, you need to understand what UNEP is doing. And so what the medium-term strategy is, what the program of work. Clearly the work, if you're interested in climate, one of the issues is the role that UNEP Finance Initiative is taking with the under the leadership at the moment of Mark Carney, where they announced in a sense a coalition of the banks, insurers and investors who are part of UNEP's FI's principles work, that they committed to 130 trillion under management to work towards addressing climate change. So UNEP FI played, I think, a critical role in bringing those people to the table over the last 20 years. And of course, the issue will be what independent accountability mechanism is set up to make sure that those are not just greenwash.
Yeah, if you don't mind me adding something, Felix and I had the opportunity to actually attend the meeting that launched the UNEP Financial Initiative in New York, I guess maybe 3 years ago now. That was Felix.
No, that was just the banking initiative.
The private banking. That's right. The responsible banking initiative, that was encouraging. It's something that it's worth following, and you'll see related to both if you do a search on those two subjects. Gentlemen, there are no new questions at the moment. So, Gustav, unless you want to make a couple of final comments, we'll move on to our break.
Yes, just one comment. And you can actually also do this at the very end of our session when we have done the webinar. But we have as a service also to stakeholders and participants and non-state stakeholders. We have made an analysis of the decisions made in UNEA 5.1, which is uploaded, and this is uploaded on our website, Stakeholder Forum's website. And this is where we've gone through the decisions and the discussions that took place in Nairobi, I said, on the online meeting back in February. So when you access this, you see a little bit more of the consequences that this may have for UNEA 5.2. So this is available. And one thing that was interesting to me was that a number of the the participants, and we'll say a little bit about this, the participants coming from the member states who participated, and there were actually almost 180 member states participating in the dialogue sessions back in February this year. They all referred to the fact that UNEP is the preeminent environment organization, needs to focus on the environment, not, I would interpret this to say, not become a sustainable development organization, and add to the understanding that climate change is climate change, and the environment consists of more than just climate change. You know, for instance, one of the things that several of the ministers that participated in the dialogue session kept repeating was that the biggest threat to biodiversity today is not global warming, but the way how we distribute and use our land. So soil distribution is a bigger threat to biodiversity right now than climate change. So all these elements are put together, and you'll see some of them coming out of the fantastic document that UNEP has produced on the medium-term strategy. It's a large document. It's about 150 pages long, and it contains both a good analysis of the challenges we face, but also a number of solutions that can be actually implemented, and that also the non-governmental communities of the world, civil society and private sector and other non-state stakeholders, can put into their implementation program. So it is a worthwhile document. And as I said, it's available also with our analysis. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Jan Gustav. And with that, we will have our 15-minute break. So please, to our guests, please stay with us. We're going to go quiet for 15 minutes. We're almost exactly on time. We're actually a little bit ahead of schedule. So by looking at my clock, it is about 12 minutes after the hour. So we'll come back at 27. Is that right? No. Yeah, at 27 after the hour. And I'll come back in and announce that we're starting before we actually kick off altogether. So thank you very much. Enjoy your comfort break, and we will see you very soon. Hello, everyone. Just to say that we will resume in 1 minute. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for staying with us. I'll give everyone an opportunity just to get settled back in, and our interpreters to get themselves ready to continue. I will just point out that I had no joy in reactivating my video, so you will have me in voice only the remainder of this webinar, but that's okay because it's Jan Gustav and Felix who do the majority of the work here today. So with that, the next module that we have will be presented by Jan Gustav. So Jan Gustav, hoping that you are with us, if you'd be so kind as to activate your microphone and your camera. I will hand the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you again, Charles. And I'm sorry I can't see you, which is okay because I know you quite well. And again, I would like to apologize. You can give me the first slide. I would like to apologize for efforts by my throat to start coughing when I shouldn't be coughing. And I'm, of course, not happy with that, but I have a lingering cold and I hope I can control it.
Well, we certainly wish you the best. So we give you a little bit of a break now so you can take a deep breath, and we're going to just have our final poll for the day. As you can see, I'll give our interpreters just a moment to read, to translate it, and then I will activate the poll and just give everyone about a minute again to answer those questions. As you know, it's not a trick question, and we're not trying to make anybody feel bad if they don't have the correct answer, but it just goes to show that it's such a complex system. It is often something that's misunderstood or not fully recognized because, sometimes what is an agreement, what is a law, what is a treaty? And I'll let Jan Gustav maybe answer some of those questions once we have the answer to our poll, which will be in just another moment. Okay, well, Jan Gustav, we've had a little over half of our participants have answered that question, so perhaps you'd be so kind as to lend us the correct answer, and then we'll move on.
Well, they're above 1250. So having said that, I could add a caveat, because I've had this discussion with lawyers or specialists on environmental law, and they will, of course, begin discussing this based on different credentials. And when it comes to environmental law and environmental agreements, there's always seems to be a discussion, just because of, almost said, and no pun intended, the nature of environmental law. But the standing is, above 1250. And what one tends to forget when it comes to the enormity of these agreements is that some of these may be just between two countries, like the Alp or three, like the Alpine Convention, which is one of these agreements that exists in Europe, or the Carpathian Convention, another European environmental law, or even an agreements around it that touches upon the 7 countries in the regions in Europe. So, you have to be very creative and understand this. But about 1250, and they keep growing, which is a good thing. We'll deal with what I've said. Oh, by the way, during this break, I just got an email from the governance office of UNEP in Nairobi saying that as of today, it is now formally accepted that the Norwegian Minister of Environment and Climate, Mr. Espen Barth Eide, is the new president of UNEA. So a little bit of breaking news there to those of you who are interested in this. So we'll talk about one of these environmental disputes, discussions, and that may turn out to be a generic agreement over the years. But I said earlier that as we were speaking and presenting today, the discussions on resolution 73/333 has been going on in Nairobi. Well, lots of countries have tried over the years to have like a pact for the environment, or like a charter for the environment. We know this was tried by Maurice Strong during the Rio conference in 1992. He was nearly successful, and he managed to actually put down a number of important principles that I would say, in my own understanding of the process, have found its way into legal procedures and legal matters concerning the environment. IUCN have been interested in these issues, and IUCN is actually also an organization which I think everybody should pay attention to. This was one of the first organizations that took up the issue of environment after the war was over in the world, the Second World War. It was founded in 1948, and it's been working very closely with UNEP on a number of issues. And with UNEP, IUCN actually produced the first document that used the word sustainable development issues in 1982. But you could say that the formalities around a global pact for the environment, the recent issue, came around 2017, when more than 100 environmental law experts from 40 countries put together initiatives taken earlier, not the least from IUCN, and then presented this to the French government, who actually found it fascinating enough to bring it to the General Assembly. And French President Macron presented this idea in 2018. Could I have the next slide, please? So when the General Assembly decides, for the General Assembly to work on something, it needs to have a resolution with a mandate. And the idea from the so-called Global Pact for the Environment was adopted and was integrated into Resolution 72/277, and the General Assembly adopted this. And further discussion led to the establishment of the process we have now. It was an ad hoc working group was immediately established, and you had 2 co-chairs, Amali Moudalali from Lebanon and Francesco Duarte Lopez from Portugal. And with their initiative followed 4 meetings, and it became an ECOSOC process, which is, of course, one of the charter bodies of the UN. Now, this led, can I have the next slide, please? This led to the establishment of the present resolution 73/333. But the understanding was that because of the close ties directly to the global environment, that UNEP would be taking over this. And in 2019, the GEA more or less directed UNEP to pick up on this and start negotiating and developing it further. And as we say, the last bullet point there called for quite an active NGO participation. A lot of these participants represented fairly large networks of lawyers and think tank that centered around environmental law. Can I have the next slide, please? So with the resolution, the General Assembly Resolution 73333, it was then officially adopted, and it became then a process that UNEP actually began developing, and a number of working groups was established with a number of ensuing meetings. Can I have the next slide, please? In the 73333, there is a mandate saying that UNEP should now pick it up and keep further developing it. What's interesting is that the final mandate authorizing UNEP to do this on behalf of the General Assembly has not yet been gavelled, as they say, so there's no actually final decision. I know that this is a silent procedure going on, and I'm not sure whether that has ended or will end imminently. But be that as it may, in the meantime, there are two co-chairs working on this quite diligently. That's Saklan Saida from Pakistan and Ado Lomus from Estonia. And they are now in charge of this process, and they have been leading the negotiations that is going on at the moment. There is an idea, and there is a hope expressed by this working group and by a number of the members of UNEP to have 73333 as an outcome result in the ministerial declaration coming out of the UNEP at 50 meeting, the special session, which take place in March next year. Can I have the next slide, please? This slide now just details a little bit of the content of the resolution, and you see that they hope to prepare a political declaration for a UN high-level meeting, subject to voluntary funding, etc., etc. And first they thought maybe this could be held in Stockholm in the commemoration of the Stockholm meeting, but this has now been redirected to the special session coming out of UNEP at 50. But the final decision on that has not yet been taken, because I also understand that the meeting is still ongoing in Nairobi, but we will see the further development on this. And of course, the content here is to strengthen environmental governance and environmental law. One of the contentious issues in the proposal, which has been discussed today, is whether or not environmental law and implementation of environmental governance can use the UPR, the periodic reviews modeled on the human rights issues in Geneva. Now, the periodic review is an interesting tool whereby countries will have to report back to the General Assembly, the Assembly of the Commission of the Human Rights Council in Geneva on progress or lack thereof on human rights. And it's a fairly detailed and substantive process. And I know some nations, but particularly civil society and non-state stakeholders and major groups, have been pushing for this as an element of 73333. This is, as I understand from information I've been able to glean today, is met with very strong opposition from the member states in this committee today. Can I have the next slide, please? Another contentious issue with the discussions today, which surprises me a lot, has been also the position of civil society in this work. And time and again, we hear that unless civil society, non-state stakeholders, and major groups are part of the partnerships, nothing will be implemented or not the way we want it. So while there has been some opposition to integrating the non-state stakeholders in partnerships on this, I am yet to learn. Now, if it is decided to integrate this as a political, into the political declaration, they also believe that having it here in the special session, it will upgrade the political status of the decision. And of course, there is a strong interest in coordinating with the MEAs, also very strong emphasis on the Montevideo program. And another idea which has been launched is to have a liaison office in Nairobi, trying to find a cohesive way of looking at all the MEAs and the environmental convention so they're not fragmented. I think that a lot of the people that participated in the meeting in Nairobi these days on the 7333 expected this to be smooth sailing, but apparently it hasn't been that easy to reach an agreement. So we'll see. We'll have to inform you in an updated report that you will find on the Stakeholder Forum website in a few days. Next slide, please. So what has been said in the mandate about 7333 is that actually the emphasis on having a level playing field to take actions on environmental challenges and also for accountability reasons. And the thought is that a resolution on environmental governance and law will be instrumental in making that happen. Then there's also talk about horizontal governance and political leadership that could be enhanced. Conditions for achieving progress on all environmental topics. And this is where they also think that a UPR process, a UPR-like process might come in handy. There is also this idea of rethinking the law. I mean, legal systems are still not ready to deal with protecting ecosystems. And I know that even member states and clearly non-state stakeholders were inspired by the recent decisions by the Human Rights Council to now say that we do have a right to a clean environment. And then, of course, the periodic review has been repeatedly mentioned. As I said earlier, it was met with more resistance than actually was initially thought. Next slide, please.
Gentlemen, it's time for Q&A again. Felix, if you would be so kind as to pop in for a moment, we will take a look. First of all, there is a question from earlier, which was about one of the previous sessions. So if you don't, that's the only question there at the moment, so I'll ask it. I translated it from Spanish into English, so forgive me if my translation program has muddled it up. But the question is, so UNEP is a UN program and UNEA is an assembly. How do UN assemblies converse with UNEA assemblies?
Well, this is UNEA assemblies. You mean UN assemblies. And I also saw that and even my Spanish is quite rusty. I had some command of it some years ago. But it's an interesting question, and I think something that has been challenging people who are trying to understand the UN system a lot. One thing which is important is that the General Assembly will, of course, agree to the fact that UNEP is the preeminent organization on the environment. But of course, the General Assembly, as I said earlier, will only act on UNEA decisions when the reports from the UNEA and outcome decisions of UNEA has been adopted, and then that happens to the second committee. There's another interesting element that fascinates me, and that is that when you look at the UNEA and its participation, there is a, I would say, a fair dominance of stakeholders, and I'm talking about delegates that come from ministries of environment. It's been increasing over the years. So you might say that UNEA represents a stronger factual focus on environmental issues with understanding. So I might say that the major participants in UNEA sessions come from ministers of environment or from people, from delegates with a portfolio on environmental issues. When you go to the General Assembly in New York, you have another ministry that sets the tone and gives the directives to the delegations or the permanent representatives there, and that's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And so we see sometimes there are conflicts of understanding the environmental issues when you bring Nairobi and New York together. I find this fascinating, and sometimes I find it disturbing. But this is how the world works in this multilateral system. On the other hand, I would also say that people are people irrespective of the background in ministries. And I think there's a huge respect among delegates and permanent representatives in New York of what the experts in UNEP is doing. But how to bring this in a joined up session, it's one of the challenges that I think we have to live with for a few years. Felix, I know you have also thoughts about this.
Well, I mean, most of the Committee of Permanent Representatives are made up by foreign officers. So in a sense, it's only when UNEA meets that a proportion of environment ministries attend. And my memory, you might be have it better than me, is that UNEP only funds one person from the ministry plus one minister to attend from developing countries. And so in a sense, the scene is set by the foreign ministries through the Committee of Permanent Representatives, and then in a sense it's nuanced by the environment ministries when they attend. So I think that's not surprising. And there is I mean, in most governments, the foreign ministry acts as the coordinating mechanism for all ministries that operate at the global level. Now, that's done effectively in some places and less effectively in other places. It's not always a good thing, because we often work in that area where we can move one part of a government department in the way we want to, while if they coordinated, we would have much more problems in moving them in certain cases. But it works, it swings and roundabouts. Sometimes it works for us, sometimes it works against us.
Well, thank you both for that. We don't have any new questions. Felix, do you want to have a few words about the new, what is 733-333? I know you have some thoughts about that.
So, I mean, it has evolved over time. And so originally they wanted a legally binding agreement, which isn't where we are now, because it was very difficult to get governments on board for that. And, you know, the problem with having a set of principles negotiated above all of the other conventions or the other agreements is, I'm not sure this is the right time to be doing that, and that you could very well find that you negotiate something that is less good than what you already have. And so I think that's played into the conversation. So my assumption would be that out of UNEA 5.2, we'll have some recommendations that will come forward, and which might hopefully inform processes to take into consideration particular sets of principles that they think are important. I mean, Jan Gustav mentioned the Rio Declaration and how in many cases that has acted as, though it's a soft law agreement, has been incorporated into many domestic legal frameworks. So the polluter pays principle, the principle of prior informed consent. These are, in a sense, very important. The issue of common but differentiated responsibility, accepting that developed countries have more responsibility for the mess we've left than developing countries. So these have played an important role. If we were to formally legalize them into something, I think that would be a problem, and it would be impossible to get through the US Congress. Though I would say that it's kind of fascinating what's going on actually now, which is that you may have the most conservative Congress from the Republican side, but the Kigeri amendment on ozone is just being tabled into the Senate. So it may be the first passing of an environmental agreement since 1994 that succeeds in getting through the Senate. So interesting times.
Thank you for that, Felix. That is, of course, the United States Senate. Gentlemen, there's one question which is related to the earlier, to the very beginning of this. How many of the 1,250 MEAs are binding? So if you're muted, there you go.
I know I'm muted.
Thank you.
I don't know. I could find out, but I don't have that answer.
It's a much smaller number. And, I mean, not all of the environmental agreements are through UNEP either. So the UN Convention on Climate Change is a GA established body. There's a number of things that have environmental consequences that have been passed by FAO or by UNESCO. So it's a good point. I mean, we probably would be a task for a good intern to find out for us. If you know any good interns, let us know.
And I'm sure our colleagues listening in have a lot of great interns. And we've actually at Stakeholder Forum talked about benchmarking, the MEAs. That's something that we've been throwing around as an idea for a while. So,
well, we have done that. We did it. We took the Rio conventions and added the POPs, persistent organic pollutants, prior informed consent conventions, which basically are Rio conventions as well as the desertification and biodiversity and climate ones. And we benchmarked them in 2002, and then we re-benchmarked it in 2012. So maybe for next year, if we can find some good interns to follow up that work, that would be a good opportunity to compare where countries had come over that period from 2002, the 20-year period.
This is one of the things. I mean, that they connect the MEAs to the periodic reviews, and I know that the argument often is that if you can adopt like a UPR review system with the environmental law, this may take on another development. So it's a good question. How many of them are binding, and of course, how many are respecting those that are binding?
Well, thank you very much, both of you, for answering that question. Let's take one more has come in. Let's see if we can get that in. Here we go. Felix, this is your baby, so to speak. Will Rio +30 take place next year?
You're not the only person to ask that. The answer is no. No one has planned that. I mean, one could imagine to do something, I guess, to some extent, if one was to focus on that. And I did suggest to the EU that one of the things that Stockholm +50 could concentrate is on the green economy, or green, fair and equitable economy, as we ended up calling it. Because in the context of Rio +20, the institutional stuff has already happened. And so it will be looking at the other element of what we looked at Rio, and it's very relevant to the recovery packages that are being done by governments now. But so far, no one has led on that, and I think we're probably too late to find some funds, and it would conflict with Stockholm +50, and I think that wouldn't be looked at positively by the Swedes if one tried to do it at the same time.
And if I don't mind me just jumping in, we've been talking about this for over a year now, and it's I suppose the fact that there is going to be Stockholm plus 50, UNEP at 50. There's just been COP26, and we've just been through the pandemic. I would think there just hasn't been the space to seriously consider a Rio plus 30, but that's a dialogue that we'll have another time. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next section. Gustav, you start here. We're talking about pending resolutions, and Felix picks up about halfway through. So what I'll do is hand it over to you, and I'll move on to the next slide now that our audience has.
Thank you, Charles. I'm ready when you have the next slide up and going. I can say just on the question of the communication between the General Assembly and UNEA to Alejandra Parra, I think, who was the person who asked this. We touch upon this issue a little bit in the synthesis report we made and uploaded on our website when we talked about the outcome results from UNEA 5.1. Unfortunately, it's only in English. I do apologize for that. The central theme for UNEA 5 was, and still is, and that comprises UNEA 5.1 and UNEA 5.2, strengthening actions for nature to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, this is an interesting issue. Themes, subject identification does matter. How you understand the challenges is important, because institutions will reflect your understanding always. When the Bureau took over after UNEA 4, their first idea was to have nature-based solutions as the main topic. This was met with unexpected opposition, and especially from G77. They did not want it. They said it was too ambitious. It was too complicated to get on their own national agenda. So there was a lot of debate back and forth between the bureaus, and the end compromise, and this had to be done online and through papers, there's an interesting paper trail to follow, was this title. So this is a compromise title. So they agree now to have strengthening actions for nature to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The conflict doesn't stop there, as it seems. The ministerial declaration to be adopted next year at UNEA 5.1, and that may also have some influence on the outcome discussions, or the outcome document, or the outcome from the special session on UNEP 50, seems to have the same problem. An original text which was submitted and sent around was to have into the ministerial declaration a reference to the right for a clean environment. This is now apparently being opposed by a number of delegates. So when you think about the urgency coming out of Glasgow, and then the issue being developed when they have an environment organization, the UN's preeminent environment organization, not willing to talk about the right of a clean environment, I think verbally, or maybe policy-wise, we are in a bit of a problematic state. Maybe this was resolved. I do not know the arguments or the elements that have gone into this discussion, but it is fascinating. I must add personally, in a bit of a sad way. We'll see how this pans out. There's still some time to go. Next slide, please, Charles. Now, I am always referring to UN's fantastic work on reports and analysis. And contrary to what many people seem to think, that when the UN, and in this case, UNEP, is developing, for instance, a strategy like the MTS, the medium-term strategy, it's also based, as I said, on solid science and well-written reports that the UN is producing continually. And all of these reports are free of charge. I refer here to only 3 areas that are worth thinking about, but the elements of this have found its way into the key documents that will be discussed in UNEA 5.2. You have the GSDR to the far left, which is the Global Sustainable Development Report, which was published in 2019 and which is part of the HLPF discussions, the High-Level Political Forum. And this was a production of a body of almost 20 independent scientists. And of course, you have all the reports that come out of and back up the 2030 agenda. And of course, the dramatic IPBES report on biodiversity, which is now called more often like the IPPC of biodiversity. It scared, I think, lots of people and made them understand that we are in a challenging situation when, as the IPBES report could showcase that thousands and thousands of species are becoming extinct while we are living. Next slide, please. UNEA 5.1 made 3 procedural decisions, as we said earlier. They were on the MTS and the program of work, on the economy, the budget, and how to then continue developing the procedural issues around UNEA 5 and making this a totality between 5.1 and 5.2. Next slide, please. This was important because it was imperative that these decisions were made because they allowed UNEP to continue working as an institution. You know, without the decision to have a budget, they couldn't go on. So this was a key decision to be made, and it was made unanimously online. And another one was, of course, the working program. They needed to have a reason for existing. And so this was elegantly done, I think. That's the importance of the decisions taken. Now, next slide, please. It's coming, I'm thinking. I'm just my system is slow in reacting. So I'm waiting for the next slide to appear. So, but in addition to these 3 major decisions, UNEA 5.1 also agreed to a number of other elements. It endorsed a statement entitled, and there's no surprise here, looking ahead to the soon UNEA. And this, of course, again highlighted the 3 environmental crises that MTS was built up. It launched the commemoration of UNEP of the 50th anniversary since the creation of UNEP, or the establishment of UNEP, by the 1972 Conference on the Human Environment. And as we know, we'll come back to that in a little while, there are now 2 ways of celebrating this. You have UNEP at 50, which will take place in Nairobi in March, and I can have the next slide, please. And then there will be Stockholm plus 50, which will commemorate elements of this in Stockholm next year in June. But there were other key decisions that will also now have an effect on UNEA 5.2. So to continue joint efforts to strengthen actions for nature across all the SDGs. Relevant mandates emanating from outcomes from previous sessions. This was important to ensure the continuity. Take note of progress report of the executive director. And these were 21 thematic reports. I'll refer to these in a little while, and they will be dealt with in this coming UNEA 5.2. So that was reviewing those reports and take action. Finalize implementation of 73333, as we have already talked about. And there was a decision on how 5.2 would be handled. Plenary meetings, a sessional committee of the whole, high-level segment, leadership dialogue, a multi-stakeholder dialogue. And it encouraged member states to submit draft resolution for consideration at an early stage. There was a first effort by the Secretary to say, please, let's have them all by November 15. A number of countries didn't comply with that. So now they say, please, no later than 2 weeks before end of the year. And then they did agree to have the special session back to back to UNEA 5.2. And that comes on March the 3rd and March the 4th. And then I could have the next slide, please. What is also of some significance is that UNEP 50 will be under the presidency of UNEA 6. So the leadership dialogue, where some 80 nations, 80 ministers and delegates with a focus on the environment portfolio participated, actually came up with a lot of interesting things. And if you have the time, go back and read it. There's an excellent summary produced by the Earth Negotiations Bulletin, the ENB, which you can download. So they said repeatedly, nature health and human health are inextricably linked. The crisis is interlinked with climate and pollution. COVID-19 is a threat and an opportunity. Green recovery should put us on a path towards low carbon world. Green recovery must address the needs of the poorest. UNEP has a crucial role to play. And they all said multilateralism has never been more important. Next slide, please. They also emphasized that all countries, and this is interesting, are not paid their dues. So UNEP should be economically in not a too bad situation. And then, of course, the 21 reports. These are themes that will be discussed in one way or another at UNEA 5.2. And if you go to the UNEA 5.2 website, because there is one now, you can download all these reports. We've also made reference to this in our own synthesis report with easy accessible links. And these are themes, if you want to go there or engage, that you could look at. In addition to what Felix is going to talk to you about, I will just enumerate these. So pathways to achieve sustainable consumption and production. The production and consumption issue always returns because it is a mandate that UNEP has to deal with. As I said earlier, it was given to UNEP by RIA +20. Curbing food loss and waste, another challenge, and they coordinate this with FAO. And with FAO, they also introduced the restoration of ecosystems decade. Sustainable infrastructure. Microplastics, we'll come back to that. Management of chemicals and waste, also a recurring theme. Innovation and biodiversity and land degradation. This is important, and this is also where coherence is challenged, because we know that there's an ongoing discussion on the Aichi biodiversity targets, and this will be resolved. Will these be will there be found ways of making this a coherent system? Sustainable rangeland and pastoralism, gender equality, the poverty environment nexus, and of course, mineral resource governance, which is extremely important when you tie this to what's going on vis-a-vis the oceans and deep sea drilling there, which is interesting and challenging. Next slide, please. Funding to support implementation of the 5th program for the development of the periodic review of environmental law. Here we go again on environmental law, which is important. We have follow-up on environment assembly monitoring and reporting portal. Always a difficult issue. Keeping the world environment under review. This is a very important UNEP initiative, and this is also related to the global environment outlook production. And I think the geo reports, if you're not familiar with them, is something that you should familiarize you with, because they're excellent state-of-the-art work on the state of the environment, and they are freely downloadable in most of the UN languages. And then, of course, what will the contributions to HLPF SDGs be? Soil pollution and achieving sustainable development. Water pollution to protect and restore water-related ecosystems. Illicit trade and illegal trade in wildlife. Implementing past program of works and MTS. Action plan for the implementation of paragraph 88. You have to go back to the Rio 20 outcome document and look at paragraph 88, which has enumerated a number of elements to work on. And then, of course, the ever returning important global environmental outlook and providing issues there. So these are the 21 reports. I think this was the enumeration. Can I have the next slide, please, Charles? And I would, just before we go into this, when UNEP Secretariat wanted to put together the medium-term strategy, the last one and this one, they sent out an invitation to all the accredited non-state stakeholders, asking them for input. And they gave them an invitation to help UNEP focus on themes that were relevant. The last MTS, which ended now, received no input from civil society and non-state stakeholder. And I think there was less than 10 accredited organizations that made input into the MTS discussions. We have the opportunities, we just need to be aware of them. Will we see an ambitious UNEA 5.2? Yes, I think so, because a number of challenges, both for delegates and non-state stakeholders to be. And some of this are enumerated in the following slides. So Charles, please, next. They want to have ambitious plans, and the vision is to accelerate, to have breakthrough, and to connect. And these are, of course, issues we often talk about, but now the Secretariat says, make this sure is implemented, not only in your thoughts, but when you make the suggestions and negotiate in the Committee of the Whole or in subcommittees. Next, please. The objective, well, science, policy, progress, and action. Again, we go back to what UNEP has always been good at since 1972, combining science with action on the environment. Create a global news headline. That's going to be tough because journalists are not always up to par on what's important. Will, for instance, saving a grass species make headlines on the same level as Glasgow did? Probably not. Narrative coherence. This is another one that is important because we always speak about issues and raise our concerns and the discussion becomes fragmented. UNEP is now trying to avoid that. High-level attendance, virtual or in person. Well, this is always hoped for. And last time in UNEA 4, I think somewhere in the vicinity of 140 Ministers of Environment participated. Will there be high-level attendance at the UNEP at 50 session? Well, that remains to be seen. Next slide, please. And then UNEP said, in addition to what is found on the agenda, which is more or less set in stone, we need to do this. In addition to the MTS references, and the MTS will not be opened and discussed again. That's a decision made. But in addition to also the important resolutions, UNEP is hoping to have these following key themes to be discussed, if not in sessions, at least on sidelines and in side events. Nature for jobs, poverty eradication, and economic prosperity. Building back better and the opportunity for ecosystem restoration. Nature for human and ecosystem health. Investing in nature. Limit the impact of zoonotic diseases. One health for nature. Global agreement on marine plastic litter and plastic pollution. UNEA 4, there were high hopes to have a resolution, and Felix will talk more about this. It wasn't succeed. We didn't succeed in that because of, at the time, US opposition. And systemic change and solutions applied throughout the entire plastic value chains is also an opportunity one hopes for. But Felix will develop this further. Next, please. And then nature for climate issues. And to me, again, surprising that there's so much difficulties in getting this going forward. I mean, action to match commitments on nature-based solutions and biodiversity should be easy. The opportunity is to find this also in relation to climate resilience. And then nature for sustainable food systems, reducing agricultural impact on nature and the opportunities to have nourished people and equitable livelihood. All this must also be seen in the context of ecosystem restorations, which is an initiative that also has to be discussed. Next, please. And then what about upcoming decisions to be had? Things that are not really on the platform, but that delegates, some have expressed positive approaches to this, and the Secretary wouldn't mind see the digital transformation to accelerate and connect opportunities. A youth forum, which is being planned to building out bigger youth education visions and programmatic dimensions. The youth have a very well consolidated action program on this. And the Science Policy Business Forum with integrated thematic opportunities. And as I said, a number of stakeholders have raised the issue of why business have now been directly connected to science without the non-state stakeholders prominently seen. This is a discussion that keeps recurring since the former ED, Mr. Solheim, suddenly introduced business into science policy. Earlier, we've seen science policy being independent of this. This has been flagged as a discussion, and maybe it comes up on a procedural matter, but be that as it may, the discussion will be of interest because it deals with thematic approaches to what UNEP has prioritized. And of course, report outputs, targeted and timely information to support decisions at UNEA. We'll see if that happens. Next slide, please. We also pieced together a very rudimentary roadmap. I'm not going to read everything because you can access this afterwards. As Charles said, we will upload this. But these are some of the key dates you might be mindful of. And what's important and what's good is that every time UNEP has one of these meetings, high-level meetings, and some of them are closed, the outcome reports are available a day after the decisions or the meetings have been held. And then they are with both pre-sessions documentation, during the session documentation, and outcome sessions. And of course, on the 28th of February next year, UNEA 5.2 opens. It's been preceded by an open-ended CPR meeting dealing with a lot of these issues. Next slide, please. If you go to UNEP website and you click on UNEA 5.2, you will, among some of these documents, find a very structured overview of the days ahead when we talk about UNEA 5.2. We've just clipped and pasted and tried to show you the elements that will play out and also the complexity of this and how to steer this is, of course, one of the challenges that the Bureau and the Presidency with the Secretariat has. It has to come together. Begins on Monday, the 28th. And as you say, there will be parallel meetings. This is only the first part, a half of the days it showed, goes until lunch at noon. Tuesday on the 1st of March is also part of UNEA 5. And the high-level segment kicks in on Tuesday, March 1st and the 2nd of March. And then you have the special session on the 3rd and the 4th, the special session on UNEP at 50. You see the regional meetings and bureau meetings before the session kicks in officially at 10 o'clock. On Monday, there are formal openings, and then at 11:30, you have national statements. And parallel to this, there are statements by major groups, and the leadership dialogues starts as well. You see also the Committee of the Whole has a very major role to play, and it takes a national statesman. And when the high-level segment opens, it feeds into the final outcome document. And then, as I said, on the 3rd and 4th, you have UNEP at 50 sessions with also leadership dialogues and roundtables. Can I have the next slide, please, to see the afternoon? In the lunch hour, you have a number of side events, and some of the themes that I just referred to and the ambitions that the Secretary would like to see, hopefully will play out in these side events. And the afternoon on Monday, you have the Committee of the Whole working, as well as on Tuesday. On Tuesday in the afternoon, you also have leadership dialogues. And Wednesday, you have the closing plenary, and also a possible ministerial declaration with a GA resolution. We'll see if that happens or not. And then in the afternoon of UNEP at 50 sessions, you have high-level leadership dialogues. As I said, will there be heads of state there or only ministers of environment? We don't know yet. The ambition is to have as high a level representation as possible. And then in the evening, there are side events, and usually these are well attended, an hour and a half at the most, beginning at 6 o'clock. And on the 2nd of March, there might be a high-level reception saying that we made it so far. Next slide, please. Excuse me. And now I give the baton to Felix for you to take it into the details and the nitty-gritty part of resolutions.
Thanks very much, Gustav. We already know, in a sense, the resolutions, or some of the resolutions that that are going to be in front of UNEA. We know that there's going to be a decision taken on whether to set up an intergovernmental negotiating committee on plastics. And there are 2 resolutions that have been proposed so far. One, which is a more comprehensive approach, where they are looking at creating a legally binding global agreement to address plastic pollution with the objective of reducing discharge of plastics into the environment by covering all stages of the plastic life cycle, and by adopting a circular economy approach to plastic. So a really comprehensive approach is resolution 1. The second resolution really more focuses just on marine plastic pollution. So one could imagine that by the time we get to the Committee of Permanent Representatives, just before, the week before the UNEA 5.2, that there's been some form of amalgamation between those particular resolutions. The link will take you to them on the UNEP website. It's also important to see that there has been development, and in fact, big brands and retailers who've been criticized for using their plastic packaging are on course to reduce virgin plastic by 1/5 by 2025. And that's according to the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, that has been playing a critical role in getting this conversation and the circular economy conversation forward. Resolution C deals with sustainable nitrogen management. And as you know, in the 9 parts of the Future Earth's version of how we live on this planet sustainably, nitrogen was one of them. And this will look at setting up a interconvention nitrogen coordinating mechanism. So nitrogen comes in a number of places in different conventions, and this would establish something that would ensure that the data collection and the way of approaching it was being done coherently across the different conventions. The sustainable lake management is to establish a research and scientific guidance and science policy interface. So I think that's, again, trying to make sure that we're approaching these things in a coordinated manner, but is also ensuring that science is the basis for any decisions, any policy decisions. The issue on draft resolution on mineral resources is, I think, well overdue to come in front of UNEP, and I'm not really sure why we haven't addressed it earlier, but it deals with the existing fragmented international governance process that exists at the moment, and the need to intensify the changes on mineral resource governance to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. We lack a global and integrated approach to sustainable mining, and this offers the opportunity to address that. If you could move to the next slide, Charles, that would be great. So there's another resolution, and you can see Switzerland's playing a critical role here, particularly on the issue of waste. It has been behind a lot of the work on the Mercury Convention, on the Basel Convention. So it's continuing that work in this UNEA. And it's looking here at the need to implement a 5-year extension for the SICOM process, which was set up as out of the Johannesburg summit, dealing with a strategic approach to chemical management. Prior to UNEA 5.2, there will be the 5th meeting of that conference that deals with this, the International Conference on Chemical Management. And so there will be a need to decide how that's taken forward at UNEA 5.2. You look at the establishment of a science policy panel on chemical waste and pollution. So we have IPBES that Jan Gustav talked about. We have the IPCC, and this would be the 3rd science policy panel set up. So again, addressing the medium-term strategy, the 3 themes that you have there would then have a much more coordinated approach to science and would enable much more of a coordinated and interconvention approach. There's a suggestion for nature-based solutions for supporting sustainable development proposed by the EU and supported by Costa Rica. And they're looking at the kind of impacts that you have on nature-based solutions. So climate change, biodiversity loss, urbanization. I mean, Jan Gustav talked about land use, overconsumption of natural resources. And so that will look at that both on land and in the marine environment. If you could move to the next slide. So what you saw before were the ones that had been submitted, the concept notes, and often at least a draft resolution. What we also saw was a number of suggestions that there will be announcements on future resolutions. And so Eritrea, on behalf of the Africa Group, so it's clearly chairing the Africa Group in Nairobi at the moment. All of the concept notes that I've talked about, there's a hyperlink to them, so you can go to see the concept notes through the hyperlink. They are representing viewpoints from the Africa Group. They have one on a green recovery that's addressing, as I suggested, what could have been Stockholm plus 50, looking at the green economy. It definitely fits into the issue around Rio plus 30 or Rio plus 20 plus 10. As a draft resolution on circular economy, again, this has become a very important aspect, and particularly in issues like, for example, solar panels. Should we even be selling solar panels, or should we be renting them? So we create a circular economy to make sure that whoever has rented it to you will take it back and ensure that the elements of that panel are actually reused, and that we don't end up with another problem in the waste stream, which is where we are at the moment. The Africa Group is looking at a resolution on biodiversity and health, again, and then you've also got this draft resolution on animal welfare, which has been developed by a number of governments, I think led by, I thought it was led by Kenya, but it's not listed on there, but I think Kenya acted as a facilitator. There's also one on financial mechanisms for forest ecosystems and biodiversity, and that can fit into the work that goes in at the moment under ECOSOC for the Forest Forum. They've had some discussions there on that. There's also a conversation around food and financial mechanisms. And all of these need to, at some point, come together into a more coherent process. And the last one, clearly, there has not been as many people employed from what they call the Eastern Bloc, which Russia is part of, as senior members of UNEP staff. And so they're questioning that. And I'm sure there will be an intent then as a shot across the bows to make sure that any future higher level members of staff that the Eastern Bloc are represented in the staffing. And there's meant to be a balance of gender and of regions, particularly in the director level parts of UNEP. If you go to the next slide. And this is looking at what happened at the ministerial conference on marine litter and plastic pollution. That it was an important process that was set up after the last meeting of UNEA. We have the next slide. And
okay, I'm going to jump in now. Felix, go ahead, and then I'll jump in.
Well, no. So what Charles has done is put a link there. I think he's now going to explain how we're going to see that.
Yeah, we normally are able to embed in a video in these presentations, but for some reason, both Felix and I haven't been able to do it with this video. So I've just put a link in the chat box, and the link is the same. I just translated into Spanish with the hope that it will take about 5 minutes. So those of you who are able to do so on either your computers or phones or whatever platform you're using, if you would please watch this about 4 minutes and 15-second video, and we will then come back to you in 5 minutes. So we're not going to go away, but we're going to leave it to you to try to watch that video. Thanks.
I wasn't keeping an eye on the time. Do you think we finished, Charles?
Yeah, just about. It's almost 37 minutes after the hour, and that should do the trick.
Well, then do you want to move on to the next?
I will. Okay.
So just to give you a little bit of a background on how we got to where we are. Jan Gustav talked about the role that Norway had played in raising this issue, and the French, I think, in supporting it. And UNEA 3 in 2017, they established an ad hoc open-ended working group on marine litter, so much more focused down. As you can see from the resolution that is likely to be dealt with, they're dealing with it in a much broader sense now. That held 4 meetings, one in 2002 in 2018, one in 19, and then it was in a sense carried on at UNEA 4 in March 2019. It was indicated that they should have 2 further meetings, one at the end of 19 and one at the end of 20. And it did kind of move the process on a little, but we needed an extra amount of oomph. And if you could move to the next slide. The leadership of a number of governments decided to move it up to a ministerial intersessional meeting. So they had with the support of UNEP, they had a preparatory meeting in May. These were open to stakeholder engagement, and then the ministerial conference in September. And I have to say, having attended the ministerial conference virtually, they clearly had done their work in lobbying other governments. And as you can see from the list, they'd looked to ensure that they were covering at least a leading country in each of the UN regions, except for the Eastern Bloc. They had Ecuador for Latin America, Germany for Europe, Ghana for Africa, and Vietnam for Asia. And part of the role of those governments was to get on board their other countries in their region. If you can move to the next slide. And so the ministerial declaration talked about what kind of elements would be as part of a intergovernmental negotiating committee decision. You'd need to negotiate a common goal, a common vision, objectives, and a potential global instrument. And so it looks very much like they're going down the road of what they call a framework convention. And that's what we have for climate and what we have for biodiversity. So it may not have targets in it. It may just be stating what the objective is, what the problems are, and how they're going to measure the plastic pollution that's going through, and what national or regional cooperation would be there, and what financial technical support will be to help countries to address that. So those are the kind of core elements. There's a few more, such as participation of major groups in these processes that will be built into that. There is a kind of common framework, and these are but a few of the elements of it. If you could move to the next slide. So they want to get, as we said, an intergovernmental negotiating committee. I couldn't see anywhere where the opposition was going to come to that. The question will be how broad the issue that they're going to approach is. So as you saw, Japan wanted it much more reduced, but many other countries wanted it in a coherent way, and wants a circular economy and life cycle analysis of plastics included within it. And that very much what you saw with the resolution, the first resolution, was in a sense where the people who've led this process want to see it go. We'll have to see if there are any more pushbacks. Next slide. I think we're into questions and answers.
Okay, well, thank you, Felix and Jan Gustav. Jan Gustav, if you would be so kind as to come back in. We have one question in the chat box, which I will read. Here we go. Thank you, Jan Gustav. In the chat box, we have the question: is it possible to see the language of the submitted concept notes and draft resolutions?
I answered that as I was presenting.
Did you? Okay, very good. I should pay more attention. Now, I don't see any other questions. I would like to encourage those who remain with us to think for a moment. Are there any particular questions about these pending resolutions or any other issues related to it? And while
Yes.
we're waiting for a question, Gustav, I'm happy to have you jump in.
Yeah, I have a question and comment to Felix, because you've been following the plastics very well. And I think if we go back to UNEA 4, we were hoping for a decision made on the plastic issue, but that was largely, if I don't remember incorrectly, it was stopped by the US under Trump's directive, or at least that State Department directive. But there was not too big a problem, because the Geneva-based work on the Geneva-based conventions actually were able to do something about that. Could you explain that a little bit? Because this is an interesting way that UNEP actually cooperates between its own hubs.
Well, clearly the plastics is a chemical waste issue, and so they were dealing with it in the context of the Basel Convention, if I remember rightly. I wasn't following that particular discussion. The US opposition under Trump was a problem, but clearly since we've now got a different person in the White House, it allowed that process to move forward. But you had an opportunity with the chemical supercluster to be able to at least advance the discussion. And I think what that did was to also give time for governments to have those informal discussions, which helped to establish then that ministerial meeting.
Yes, thank you, Felix.
Thank you both. We don't have any questions, so I'll just give our guests an opportunity one final time. You're welcome to put questions in the Spanish language.
So, Laurie's put a question in, but the 10-year framework.
Oh, there it is. Okay, very good. Yeah.
Sustainable production and consumption was not a binding agreement. It was a process that kind of reactivated what they'd had out of Johannesburg. It's a soft law agreement. And so it allowed a whole set of meetings to happen and a number of initiatives to come out of it. It's been, I think, one of the more weaker parts of UNEP's process, but it's now under new leadership, and I have more hopes for it.
Any comments, Jan-Gustav, from you on that?
No, I'm just, I would agree with Felix.
Okay, well, I'm just checking one more time. I'm just going to take a quick at the chat box. There's nothing new in the chat box either. So that being said, Jan-Gustav, I'm going to move on.
Oops.
Charles, I think you've muted yourself.
Yep.
Gustav, passed on to the final module of the day for you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Charles. And the last module is then dealing with UNEP 50 and Stockholm plus 50. So this has been a discussion on how to commemorate UNEP. 50 years is actually quite a long time for an institution, and during UNEA 4, the issue was launched, and the discussion began. And initially, one only talked about having a commemorative event in Stockholm. The initiative came from, of course, Sweden and also from Kenya. And then everything went into a very difficult understanding of what to do with the whole issue. And certain member states didn't want Europe and Sweden to take, let's call it, all the honor for being a proactive organizational mind on environmental issues and challenges. And also, they pointed to the fact that as UNEP was now clearly positioned in Nairobi, why should a European member take this responsibility. So there was a lot of back and forth when I think a compromise was reached, where they decided, okay, let's do it with two different approaches. We can have UNEP at 50 being organized and celebrated in Nairobi, thus focusing on UNEP and what it has accomplished and how the organization has worked. And then we can have a Stockholm plus 50 a little bit later in Stockholm to commemorate the work on the environment, but also with a forward-looking approach. And this was also then discussed in the bureaus and more or less agreed to. So UNEP at 50 will, as I have referred to a number of times earlier today, be happening on March the 3rd and the 4th as a special session, back-to-back with the remnants of UNEA 5, UNEA 5.2. Could I have the next slide, please? So just to reiterate very quickly, the Stockholm Conference on the Human Environment took place in June in 1972. Now, I might be talking a lot about this because I was there as an intern in Maurice Strong's staff and running around, not really knowing what to do and what was happening around me, but very enthusiastic about the outcome. We have a picture here of Maurice Strong, as you see, and the second and the only traveling heads of state that wanted to come to Stockholm and to the Environment Conference, Indira Gandhi, Prime Minister of India. Now, the other Prime Minister who was there was, of course, the Swedish Prime Minister, Olof Palme himself, who hosted the conference. So the director, Canadian Maurice Strong, the Indian Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi, and the Swedish Prime Minister, Olof Palme, were sort of the top people to shepherd this conference through to its, I would say, quite successful result. And this is what we wanted to commemorate, and this is what the Swedes and the Kenyans and the rest of the world wanted to at least talk a little bit about. Next slide, please. Now, a decision was made, first informally, to compromise the two issues. And then in December 2020, the CPR, also with the understanding from the Bureau, said that, okay, UNEP at 50 will be distinctly different from, but closely related with a possible UN high-level political meeting in Stockholm. They were talking then what might take place. But it was subject to a possible decision by the UN General Assembly. Now, Sweden and Kenya wanted the Stockholm meeting also to have a high-level support formality in place, and they wanted to have a General Assembly resolution on this. UNEP at 50 commemoration can be and should be mutually reinforcing with the Stockholm meeting. Now, everybody thought all of this would be very smooth sailing and easy sailing, but when the discussion on the resolutions took place in New York, the discussions and the issues ran into lots of interesting problems. Next slide, please. It felt to me that what UNEP was doing with UNEP at 50 was slightly easier than what the Swedes and the Kenyans tried to accomplish in New York. So I'll come back to that in a little while. But very soon, a working group was put together, and the Secretariat was invited to come with input. And UNEP also, true to its legacy with 1972, and the legacy here is important because the 1972 conference in Stockholm was the first time that civil society and non-state stakeholders and NGOs from all over the world were allowed on a daily basis to report to the official plenary. So UNEP at 50 process established quickly a UNEP at 50 stakeholder process, which was led by two major groups, the youth major groups and the science and technology major group. And they reached out to stakeholders all over the world to help them with input and collaborated very closely with the Secretariat. So one of the issues that quickly came up officially was, of course, what to do with Resolution 73333. And it keeps recurring and might be, it's not decided yet, part of the outcome document in in Nairobi in March. Let's have the next slide, please. What to do with these two conferences? Well, the overarching decision was to have UNEP at 50 concentrate on UNEP, the organization, its work, and some of its history. They wanted to focus on new flagship reports to be sort of pushing the environment into people's consciousness. UNEP Frontiers report is a new invention. GEO6 for business should come up. Global waste management outlook, pollution summer report, tracking progress, and where is the world in taking action to address pollution. And another interesting report called the Protected Planet Report, which may be in the offing. And the next slide, please. And they came up with a whole list of ideas that should be implemented. Communication would play a very important role. UNEP's core mandates, science policy interface and international environmental governance, very important. It must be featured in a very prominent way. Different but interrelated with a possible UN high-level political meeting in Stockholm in 2022. Well, we'll see if that happens, as it was envisaged a year ago. Environmental multilateralism, global assessment synthesis report, UNEP at 50 communications initiative, an outreach plan and campaign to commemorate UNEP at 50. Well, it isn't happening the way they wanted to because there is always a question of funding, and member states are enthusiastic in words and not as much with the purse. But support and engagement by civil society has been a very key factor in this, and they wanted to solicit views for a new course for UNEP's future. We'll see if that can pan out in one of these reports. Next slide, please. So they want to tailor the flagship reports and initiatives to UNEP at 50, a legacy publication to be launched at the conclusion of UNEP at 50, which is interesting because a legacy publication should take into its content part of the history. And UNEP has accomplished a lot through its 50 years of work. It initiated, for instance, what later became the ozone issue. It initiated the climate focus back in the 1970s, often forgotten. And as I said, UNEP was the first to allow civil society and non-state stakeholders, or NGOs that they were known then, in 1972 to address the plenary, or actually the Stockholm Conference allowed it. And so this became a precedent that UNEP picked up. It was interesting in Stockholm in 1972 because you had three parallel conferences, one sort of people's initiatives, one NGO accredited to the UN, excuse me, at the time, and then the official conference. And the NGO conference, where accredited organizations participated, were the one that were allowed to address on a daily basis the plenary. The legacy publication would build on the ad hoc global assessment dialogues and ongoing work on enhanced environmental governance. The governance issue has become very important during the late, I think, year and a half or so. Next slide, please. And then the other part, Stockholm plus 50, June 2nd and June 3rd in 2022 in Stockholm, Sweden. Next slide, please. The legacy of the UN of the 1972 conference is important. And even though the legacy issues become sort of cliche, it is still important. to me, I'm also a historian. I think history is important. It won't be repeated, but it can instruct us on how to deal with presence in the future. As I said, it gave us, the Stockholm Conference gave us a number of issues that have been sort of pillars of environmental work globally. Excuse me. I was hoping to hold on until the end. The environment was firmly on the global agenda with the Stockholm Conference. The Swedes used 4 years to prepare the conference, and they used science very actively. This was the first time a global conference, a multilateral, multinational, and an intergovernmental conference had used national reporting. 80 countries produced State of the Environment. They were not made on the same level so that they couldn't be compared. But one of the sort of convincing argument to hold this conference was exactly what science could tell each nation about the state of the environment. So national reporting for the first time took place in Stockholm, which resulted, as I said, that the environment was firmly on the global agenda. It was also a very strong beginning of environmental conference. One is including civil society and non-state stakeholders and later major groups into the formal processes of the UN. But it also focused on a different level of environmental law. It was the first time, for instance, the concept and issue of ecocide was mentioned. Olof Palme used this when he referred to the ongoing war in the world at the time, which was the Vietnam War. And he talked about the defoiling process the Americans had started in Vietnam by using the infamous Agent Orange, which caused cancer to people and also cancer to nature at the time. The whole issue of ecocide may come back again during one of these conferences, and I know that a large group of interconnected NGOs civil society organizations and non-state stakeholders are working on this. And there's an initiative by lawyers to maybe have this also as an element in The Hague. So environmental law was given an institutional home, and lots of people point to the fact that this was also the beginning of environmental diplomacy. A picture here is Olof Palme, and we have a picture from the conference in 1972. Next slide, please. So the resolutions, the idea of resolutions were presented, and one needed two kinds of resolutions. One so-called enabling resolution and one so-called modalities resolution. The first was adopted in May 2020, in May 24 in 2020. In 2021, this is a mistake, this year. And it was called a 75-80. I haven't seen that mistake until now. The theme was decided and agreed to: Stockholm plus 50, a healthy planet for the prosperity of all, our responsibility, our opportunity. And UNEP was to serve as a focal point, providing support with appropriate support from the Secretariat and, as it states, other relevant United Nations entities. And there was a number of generic themes identified. Some on sustainable development issues, reorganizing, rebuilding the world after COVID, etc. I'll come back to that in a little while. And then the modalities resolution adopted September 10, 2021, both also this year. This is on structure and organizational arrangements and how this will pan out in Stockholm, that they will have leadership dialogues. They will have a concept note and background papers readied by the Secretariat in collaboration with Sweden and Kenya by March next year. And there will be a one-day preparator meeting before end of April. And I was told yesterday that the 1st of April has been designated this preparatory day. I haven't been able to confirm that yet, but at least that seems to be a reliable gossip. And Guterres appointed earlier this fall, the Executive Director Inger Andersen of UNEP as the Secretary General of the meeting. The outcome was a bit of a disappointment to most people because they said it will only produce a summary of the discussions. Now, why this problem with having a smooth sailing of the discussion and deliberations around these two resolutions? Maybe someday we'll find out why, but as I said earlier, it's been difficult during these online times to have reliable gossip found out. And it seems to be that some nations did not want to discuss the environment at heads of state level. That's one of the arguments that has sort of come up through the grapevine of the online corridors. Now, if that's the case, it's very sad, because if we need something now is to state leaders to take bold and courageous and forward-looking actions on the environment. And I know this was at least the ambitions from the two hosting governments at the beginning of this year. Let's see what happens. Let's have the next slide, please. So they see now, this is with the Secretariat of UNEP, seeing that we need principles of engagement that can inspire to have a very strong outcome, even though there will be only a summary of reports. So an intergenerational responsibility has been focused on. This should be seen as an implementing opportunity, and it needs to be interconnected and inclusive. So 3 very important principles, and these principles should also be permeating the text of the 2 resolutions. To a large extent, I think it is. To some extent, it could be much bolder and much more dynamic. But let's see what the theme said. We have this picture here because this is when Indira Gandhi and Morris Strong meets and start talking. And I think the fact that the Prime Minister, the heads of state, found it worthwhile and important enough to go to the Stockholm meeting shows how much she was concerned about the environment and the future of her region and her country. Next slide, please. So, a healthy planet for the prosperity of all, our responsibility, our opportunity. Well, not too many, but some stakeholders, non-state stakeholders, have seen the opportunity to focus on environmental issues. Again, we have the networks working on 73333 that want to do environmental governance and law, and the declaration attached to it with a follow-up program to continue working on this. As I said, ecocide into a legal instrument is another issue that several non-state stakeholder organizations are pursuing. Environmental law comes back again, and strengthening UNEP and UNEA as UN bodies. Some have suggested maybe it's time again to look at UNEP and see how it can possibly be upgraded to a specialized agency. And the youth have made a very bold statement, general as it is, but really promising. They want to make UNEP and the environment shine again. There's a strong youth coalition working parallel to the other non-state stakeholders to have this as an interesting conference. And one idea that has been launched, but it's depends on financial funds, is to have an environmental festival back-to-back with the Stockholm meeting and beginning 5 days prior to the meeting itself. We'll see what pans out. Next slide, please. Well, you will find in the resolution the 3 dialogue sessions. 1, the theme is reflecting the urgent need for actions to achieve a healthy planet and prosperity of all. Leadership dialogue 2, achieving a sustainable and inclusive recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Leadership dialogue 3, accelerating the implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development in the context of the decade of action. And then they've come up with 3 concepts or ideas that should penetrate the discussion: regeneration, recovery, rebalance, renewal, and reimagine. I know that many stakeholders and think tanks and networks around the world have been quite disappointed at the very cautious content that has been expressed through these leadership dialogues. So they want to really energize and rebalance and renew the discussions, and maybe have a very strong focus on environmental issues, because after all, they say this is about the environment and it's not about environment past, but environment future. So being enthusiastic about ideas on how to regenerate the environment and safeguard the world will probably feature prominent among what the non-state stakeholder will wish for to be discussed in Stockholm in June next year. Next slide, please. This is the timeline which UNEP and Stockholm, UNEP and Sweden and Kenya has agreed on. And you can see here, we've of course gone from September, now we're into November, December, how this is going to pan out, leading up to Stockholm +50, and I would say and beyond. And this is for you to see and use, for you to look at. And we can see also that the non-state stakeholders' engagement and involvement features there. And it's interestingly positioned, I would like to say, as sort of the foundation of the whole thing, but that's probably just a design issue and not a political decision made. Then the next slide, please. The Stockholm +50 outcomes. Well, recommendations that contribute to the environmental dimension of sustainable development, to accelerate the implementation of the commitments in the context of the decade of action, and delivery for sustainable development, including a sustainable recovery. A summary of the discussions held during the international meetings presented by its 2 presidents. The question, of course, that an increasing amount of stakeholders raise is this really ambitious enough? Is this really what we need? And how can we now make sure that we are going above and beyond these, as they say, cautious approaches to the future of the environment? Well, we'll see what the next time will bring us. We have UNEA 5.2, we have UNEP at 50 session, and then we have the time between March and June to raise the ambitions and to make sure this is a worthwhile and not standalone conference, and that it can bring the work forward the way we need to do to save the planet. I think this was the last one, Charles, or am I wrong?
You are correct. Thank you, Jan Gustav. Your timing was perfect. Felix, if you'd be so kind as to come back into the conversation. We do have some questions. So why don't we start with questions before we do our wrap up. Let's see. Looks like Felix answered one question already. I'm now hearing the translation. Felix and Jan Gustav, can you hear me?
Yes, I see that there is the question.
That's probably just my computer. I've probably done something.
It says is the decade of ecosystem restoration the same as the decade of action? No. These are 2 decades, and of course they do correlate, but the decade of action was decided in 2019 at the summit on sustainable development hosted by the Secretary General Guterres at the General Assembly, and the ecosystem restoration is a decision by UNEP with the support of FAO. But of course, they do address similar issues and overlapping issues, and instead of fragmentation, we want coherence. So in addressing these issues, I hope they will be mutually reinforcing.
Thank you for that, Jan Gustav. have one statement, and of course, I think you just answered the question, the anonymous question. I don't see any other questions popping up. So why don't we begin the wrap up, and if questions do arise, we'll jump in to that. Felix, to give Jan Gustav a bit of a break, would you be so kind as to give some of your concluding thoughts?
No. I don't have any particular concluding remarks to add. I think we've covered as much as we can in there. I think there was a question on when would the plastics negotiations start if an INC was created. I have no idea. So I think that we'll have to just see what happens when the resolution is adopted. There is a question, an answered question, okay, in terms of how does UNEA extend actions to each country? And I see that you've answered that. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Felix. And I think that's it on the questions. Jan Gustav, would you care to make any final remarks before we close out the session and thank our guests?
Yes, just one remark. When Felix spoke about involving stakeholders and stakeholders' involvement in UNEP, he made one almost too casual a reference to the tasks of stakeholders. He said very quietly, you have to read these documents and you have to understand them. And I think this is extremely important. And Felix and I, we've been doing these capacity training sessions for many, many years now. And I never stopped being surprised at the fact that so many delegates are sometimes unfamiliar with the issues and the process. And I remember having one of these capacity building sessions with Felix when a former rector at a college came up to me and he said, you know, these meetings is like the exams of the UN. And when I have had students, I usually said they need to study for this. But it seems like a lot of us do not study for these exams. And I think that's right. And the amount of information which is available by just a quick click on your mouse is astounding. So, you know, it is available online on the UNEP websites. We provide information on stakeholder, and we're happy to help you with more information if you need that. But I would just repeat what Felix said, you have to read the documents and you have to get into them. That is extremely important.
Yeah, and I would just add that, you know, if you're a first time attendant at a UN event, it can be overwhelming. And you know, the thing to do in your lobbying strategy is to focus on your own country first, and then on countries where they have your same language. So if you're a Spanish or Portuguese speaker, focus on those countries where you feel most comfortable. And over time, that allows you to build up your, in a sense, confidence to ask countries that aren't in your region or aren't perhaps Spanish speaking, and to be able to see whether with an interpreter you can talk to them. But just build up your confidence over time. But spend your time with the governments, not with other stakeholders. I mean, it really is so often, Jan Gustav and I see thousands of people. No, it's not thousands. Okay, a large number of people in the gallery typing exactly the same thing that each person next to them is typing about what someone has said. Well, you don't need to know that. You could probably watch it if it's on a video later. And B, you should have someone just keeping notes on key points that are relevant to your particular thing and just taking people out to kind of talk to them about your issue. Don't spend the time just sitting there taking notes. It's a waste of time.
Felix, thank you for that final comment. And with that, I think it's time for us to wrap up. So I'll make my closing comments. Felix and Jan Gustav, if you wouldn't mind turning off your cameras and your microphones. And I would like to say to all of you for joining us today, thank you very much. and in particular, thanks to the civil society unit at the United Nations Environment Program for their cooperation and contributions to enable this event. And a big thanks to Jan Gustav and Felix for delivering today's rich content, and to Isabel and Paul for doing such a great job with the translation. As mentioned earlier, the webinar has been recorded, and that recording by way of a link to the Stakeholder Forum YouTube page and a copy of the presentation will be posted on the Stakeholder Forum website during the next 24 to 48 hours. And you will also get an automated email from the Zoom platform tomorrow morning with that link information included as well. We will also follow up with another email to all of you who participated when we have the PowerPoints translated into Spanish, so that you have those for your advantage. And lastly, a short survey will pop up when this webinar ends. I would ask you to please take a few moments to complete that survey. In the meantime, thanks again to our panelists and our interpreters. Thank to all of you for attending, and best wishes to all of you. Good night.